Well, hello and good evening from the spiritual home of British boxing. Of course, where are we? We're in the heart of the East End. We're in Bethnal Green. We are at the world famous York Hall, the venue which fight fans talk about all over the world because it is such a special place. Tonight, we've got 54 rounds of boxing scheduled for you. But before we get into the cards, I have a special guest, a man who ripped the script up a few weeks ago. Quite a few people said that he wasn't going to beat this man, a multiple weight world champion, somebody who he maybe didn't have a chance against. But he finished the job and he did it in dramatic fashion. Of course, it is Zach Chelli. Zach, nice to see you. How are you after that win?
Yeah, I'm over the moon still. I'm really happy and I'm actually ready to go again. I can't wait to see who I'm fighting next.
It was an incredible performance. I was sat just a few feet away from that ring. And listen, some of my friends, some of my boxing colleagues, they said, you'll never say this to Zach Chelli. I didn't think you'd win it, Zach. I didn't think you'd do it. And I'm telling you to your face. But there was lots of people saying that. You obviously had the mindset that you were going to win it. What was it like, those moments before you walked into the ring to fight David Morrell that night in Manchester?
A lot of people didn't believe in me, friends and family. But I believed in myself, and that's what's most important. Of course, walking towards the ring, I saw a vision. I said this before, I saw a vision that I had 17 fights with 9 knockouts, and then that's my record now. But before that, it was 16 wins with 8 knockouts. So I saw that, and I was like, I'm confident. I believe in, I'm a religious man. So I said, alhamdulillah, and I'm going to win. And I knocked him out. So I'm looking forward to who's next.
I mean, there wasn't really ever a moment where you weren't in that fight.
Yeah.
From a few feet away, you were constantly in that fight. And David Morrell is a great fighter. But there was just something which happened in that round where it just clicked. Did you see that you'd hurt him and you thought, this is the moment, this is the time to go for it?
Yeah, from the beginning, you can see I was comfortable in there. I wasn't getting hurt. I was playing around with him. From the beginning, I knew my right hand could hurt him. So I was like, let me wait till the end where I can do the proper damage. Round 7, 8, I was thinking, this guy's got nothing. So number 9, I put it on him, I nearly stopped him. And round 10 came and done the job.
Well, since that fight, you've had a lot of coverage. Picked up a national newspaper, The Guardian. The other newspapers are available and also fantastic. Donald McRae, one of the great writers from our sport. He did a brilliant article with you, did a brilliant interview with you. What's that kind of attention been like? Because you've been waiting for an opportunity like that for quite some time.
That article,
and the attention which has followed has been good, right?
I mean, I feel blessed, and that article, I've actually got it framed on my wall now as well.
Amazing.
He's a great writer, great journalist, and he's done a bit about me, and I'm very proud of that, especially with being from The Guardian. So I got that on my wall. Hopefully more to come. Hopefully this wasn't just a fluke, and you can see a lot more of Zach Chelli for the future.
Well, after that, of course, there's going to be a big target on your back. People are going to be wanting a bit of Zach Chelli. Has David Morrell been in touch for a rematch? I'm
hearing he wants a rematch from various sources, not directly from him, but other people are saying he wants it. Well, if he wants a rematch, he's going to have to offer big money. So I believe he wants it out in the US. So if he wants me out over there, I want big money.
And is that a sort of place you'd be happy to travel to fight him? Of course, if the money's right, because this is prize fighting.
I've knocked him out before and I'll do it again, so I'm ready for it.
And apart from David Morrell, has there been any British fighters whispering your name? There must have been a few.
I've actually heard none for my name, but I won Callum Smith. I mean, Callum Smith was meant to fight David Morrell.
Of course he was, yeah.
And I beat David Morrell, so I believe it's only fair I get an opportunity now with Callum Smith.
And next week there's a big light heavyweight contest on the card under Ryan Garner's show at Southampton Stadium. Louis Edmondson and Lyndon Arthur. Do you feel like that's a fight that when you like that, or are you moving on from that kind of British level now?
I'm actually mandatory for the British title at the moment, and so the winner of Lyndon Arthur or Edmondson, I should really have next. If obviously the big names, the big boys don't want to fight me, I will take the fight for the European, British and Commonwealth. There's another title put under my belt. I won the British title at super middleweight. I would love to win at light heavyweight as well.
Well, don't go anywhere. We're going to bring in WBM's Sonny Warren. Sonny, we've just spoken about Zach and some of the names which are being spoken about when it comes to him. Of course, the David Morrell fight is one which is going to say, is he going to have the rematch? He says, I'll go to America and fight him. This is prize fight, and of course he wants the right money. Who would you like to see him fight next?
Well, I think we want a big name for Zach next. Big names on the horizon for him. He's made a statement in the light heavyweight division. Just last year, headlining one of our shows, and now he's gone on to go and beat two-time light heavyweight champion David Morrell. Ain't it nice to have options now? Zach can just sit back, and they're the options, and then we can talk through it as a team and see what the best is.
Well, a name which was mentioned to me just the other day, actually, and a name who sits under the Queensbury banner is Joshua Buatsi. And they said, what about Joshua Buatsi versus Zach Chelly? I said, well, I'm seeing Zach on Saturday, and I'm seeing Sonny, so what are we saying?
That is an option. It's been talked about. There's an option for Zach.
We're not getting any little nuggets here, are we, Sonny?
Listen, we'll see what the options are for Zach as it goes along. But Zach is up there with them now, and that's the most important thing. That it's the options are there, and he can go on and choose who he wants to face.
Well, it's great to have Zach. He's going to be with us for the rest of the evening. He's going to be on commentary with us. We've got stack cards coming up. Mark Burtis, our MC, is just getting into the ring. So briefly, what can people expect? What can people expect from tonight's boxing? Any names in particular that you are urging people to look out for?
I think the whole card. I think it's one to watch from start to finish. We've got a great 50-50 kicking it off with Jesse Brandon and James Gardner. Then we got a return to Khalid Ali coming on. All the prospects, Cameron McKay done fantastic, just back in the ring after a 2 week. Freddie Kettenham brings the fan, the noise, everything around him. Slick theme from Hands of Mahmood, and then the 3 title fights. They're just 50-50s all the way down the middle.
Well, 2 names, as a bit of a stat here tonight. So there's 54 rounds of boxing which we've got scheduled. We've got 3 title fights, but something which excites me, because I'm a big fan of the amateur side of the game, is we've got 2 former Team GB boxers. And when you see the GB boxers and you see those who have done very well in the amateur system, it's quite nice to see how they transition through the pro game. Cameron McKay is one of those, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, the amateur and the pros are different. Zach can tell you, Zach's been around the amateur circuit, done it all, seen it all. I think the transition from amateur to pro is very hard when you get used to stuff, but these shows are what it's about, getting used to it, getting used to the crowd, getting used to everything else, and that's what we deliver for these fighters.
And of course, you agree with that, Zach. You know, you've been in these types of venues before. How important is it to a fighter's career?
I mean, I fought as an amateur and I fought as a pro, and you know, I love your call as the home of boxing. But yeah, it's very important. It's a lot different when you turn into pro, more longer rounds, fighting journeymen as well. You get more experience of them. As an amateur, you're rushing in. As a pro, you got to take your time with it, and we'll figure it out. That's why there are fights with journeymen, to figure it out. So these journeymen are needed, and they actually help build you for the future.
But you know what, one of the things which I've always wondered when it comes to York Hall is I've never obviously boxed here, but I've sat up there on the balcony, which is the best seat in the arena. Don't tell the promoters about the ringside seats. That is the best seat in the arena up there.
Well, anywhere in York Hall, when you fight in here, Zach knows everyone's on top of you.
And that's what I was going to say to him. What's it like? Because it almost feels as a fan like you can touch the fighters. Do you feel like...
To be fair, last year I fought for the English light heavyweight title, everyone from up here, I could hear them shouting. So you're right, these are pretty good seats. So yeah.
And I'll tell you what, Sonny, some names have boxed here over the years, haven't they? Lomachenko's boxed here, Alexander Usyk's boxed here, Johnny Tapia's boxed here, you name it, they've all been in this venue.
Anthony Joshua, Tyson Fury, Daniel Dubois,
Zach
they've all been here. Zach Chelly.
Well, another set of fighters are about to make their way to the ring. Mark Burtis is ready to go, so we'll head over to him and get our first fight underway.
Of Box Nation, the channel of champions. Please welcome into the ring from Guildford, Surrey, James Gardiner. And please welcome into the ring from Colindale, London, Jesse Starboy Brandon.
York Hall, welcome to ringside. James Gardner is already in the ring. He represented Guildford City Boxing Club, did very well as an amateur, only 1-0, and his opponent is this man who just makes his way down the ramp to the centre of the York Hall ring, and it is 29-year-old Colindale fighter Jesse Brandon. A good 50-50 to get things cracking.
Our first bout this evening is a 6 3-minute rounds contest in the welterweight division. Firstly, fighting out of the red corner with 1 win from 1, weighing in 146 pounds, 6 ounces. And tonight he wears the black and gold shorts. Please welcome from Guildford, Surrey, James Gardiner. And across the ring in the blue corner with 5 wins, 1 by way of knockout and 1 loss. Also weighing in 146 pounds, 6 ounces. And tonight he wears the black and white shorts. Please welcome from Colindale, London, Jesse Starboy Brandon. Your referee is Sean McAvoy, who will now give his final instructions to both boxers.
Okay, lads, 6-round contest. Keep it clean all the time, keep yourself protected all the time. Touch gloves, here we go. Good luck, lads.
Ladies and gentlemen, 6 3-minute rounds.
Seconds out, round 1.
Well, here we go then, the first bout of the evening. James Gardiner in those black shorts with the gold band and the black boots, boxing out of the orthodox stance, straight out on the front foot, trying to establish a jab. He's in there against Jesse Brandon, also in the black shorts, but the visibly different silver boots.
Very shiny, very shiny.
Very shiny boots. Jesse Brandon, this is bout number 7 for him in the pro ranks. Cool as a cucumber he is. Strutted into the venue earlier. Didn't look like he would be fighting in the ring anytime soon. And he's kind of got a bit of a relaxed style about him as he gets straight to action. But Gardiner, as I mentioned, was a good amateur. Did some good things, including went out to Sweden to the King of the Ring Elite Amateur Tournament, one of the biggest amateur tournaments about.
Yeah, I was actually in that tournament myself.
You were there as well,
ago,
yeah. 600 fighters going to that. He was a winner in his category. And if you're just joining us, welcome along. You're joined by myself, Darren Rees, and Zach Chelly. This is the first fight with 3 title fights on the card. So let's talk a bit about the action. So far, Zach, Gardiner for me is the fighter who is on the front foot and just trying to establish that jab.
Yeah, he's dominating at the moment, but there's a bit of reddening around his left eye. Not sure if he's getting caught with the jabs. But at the moment, he's doing well. He's got the center of the ring, and that's what you need to do to show the judges that you're in charge.
Jesse Brandon just trying to get his jab working, come forward and doubled it up. Gardiner, as I said, just 1-0. This is a very good test for him. A very solid fight for the second fight of your career. So many fighters fighters with losing records and they go through their apprenticeship. So he and his team have obviously got lots of confidence in his ability.
Yeah, definitely. For your second fight, to fight someone with 5 wins on their record out of 6. That's very impressive.
Nice work there from the Guildford man. Brandon just kind of tries to shrug it off in his cool and natural way. He comes forward again. And for me, Zach, he's just got to find a way of getting his head off the line of that jab from Gardiner, because that is what is winning this round for him at the moment, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's the jabs that, take you around the ring. So the jabs keep control, and that's what you need. Control the fighter, control the fight, and you win.
Well, this one scheduled for 6 in the welterweight division. Whether we get there or not will be one thing entirely. Good work there from Gardiner. Through the jab, followed it up with the left hook. And Brandon standing in the centre ring, trying to tell his man that he owns that part of this boxing ring. I'm not just trying to tell him, trying to tell the referee, who's also scoring this as well. As we go into the last few seconds of the opening round, and the York Hall crowd are loving a bit of this. And I know it's a 6-rounder, but 6 rounds is hard work, Zach, and that's a good tempo to kick things off.
Most definitely, especially for your second fight. So it's impressive. If it keeps up this way, I'm not sure he'll gas out or not, but he's doing pretty well. So, and I think he knows what he's doing, keeping the center ring, keeping his jab.
Well, Jesse Brandon, just to give you a little bit of biography on him, if it's the first time you've watched him, he grew up on the Graham Park estate in northwest London, an area which has been heavily affected by gang-related crime, and he's been through some stuff and come out the other side, and has been an inspiration not only to himself but the people around him, and boxing has played a massive part in that. Anthony Joshua is a fan of his. He's somebody who's backed him. He'd done a fair few interviews together.
Yeah, and I thought he'd look familiar, so I think I've seen him around before.
He's definitely been around the block, and boxing is a gigantic world, but anyone who works in it or has operated in it, fighter or media, you get to realise how small it is. But these two getting straight back to business in the second round as Brandon just falls short with that right hand. The feet of Gardner made him miss there, Zach.
Yeah, it's all about in out, you know, make him miss and make him pay. So now we can see if Gardner can push the pressure on him. Good combination there.
Good jab there from Gardner. Brandon trying to get that right uppercut, sneak it under the left elbow of the former Guildford City amateur. Lovely right hand over the top there from Jesse Brandon, and the crowd in the left-hand corner of York Hall love that one.
And another.
And Gardner being forced to fight back here. And maybe it is that Jesse Brandon wanted to have a little bit of a see what's happening in the opening round, but these two are giving the York Hall crowd a great fight in the opening fight of the night. And let me tell you, this place is warm from ringside, never mind in there under those bright lights. And Zach has boxed here many a time, and he'd be able to tell you better than I can.
I mean, of course, this is the home of boxing, they say, you know, home of English boxing. York Hall, every fighter starts off here as an amateur, and you can end up here as a pro, even with major titles here. Last year, I just won the English light heavyweight title here.
Good memories for so many. And also for Jesse Brandon, he won his debut in this venue. And his second fight was a stoppage in this very arena as well, this very hall. So he'll feel comfortable. And also, I've taken my hat off to Gardner for taking this fight. Hats off to Jesse Brandon as well, because so many fighters, like I said earlier, will serve a relatively long apprenticeship, learning their craft on the pro side of the game. And he's in there with a real tough cookie.
Right, he's giving it his best. I see Gunn, he's doing pretty well now. He's trying to move, trying to make him miss. Trying to catch him good clean shots. That's what's most important. Judges like to see clean shots. Lovely hook, lovely uppercut.
Beautiful uppercut straight up the middle there from James Gardner, who's straight back into the middle of the ring, just trying to disrupt the flow and the fluidity of Jesse Brandon with that jab. Every time that Brandon tries to get some sort of attack going, he tries to disturb it and disrupt it with a jab or two, and it does work. And for me, Zach, that was a much harder round to score.
It was, but for me, I still think Gardner seems like he's in control. He seems he's less out of breath. But you never know, things could change. You've got 4 more rounds to go.
So much can happen just in a round. And Zach Chelly, sat next to me at ringside, knows that more than anyone.
In fact, I know I trained at Guildford City Boxing Club myself when I went to university at Surrey University. So that's where I started off.
Of course, you were at the University of Surrey, weren't you? Yeah.
Started off there, so go on, Surrey.
There we go, Team Surrey over here. 2 really good rounds, 2 high energy, high tempo rounds. James Gardner, for me, won the first round. I couldn't quite call it in the second round because they were both really giving it some.
Yeah, to be fair, they're both giving it some and keeping it, both of them try to hit the center of the ring. I think the judges will have a tough one scoring the second round.
Seconds out to round 3.
Straight
Gardner
with that jab, yeah.
straight out trying to establish a jab. Brandon gives him, or tries to give him, a taste of his own medicine. Good skills there from Gardner, controlling the distance with that jab. Chucks the right uppercut up the middle.
Sees Jesse Brandon is trying to put a bit more pressure now, trying to keep the centre of the ring himself. Maybe he's had a word from his corner telling him he's got to put more pressure on.
And it looks to me, Zach, you correct me if I'm wrong, that it looks like he's just trying to close the space to stop Gardner from using those long arms of his.
Yeah, that's right. Gardner has a good jab, so he's got to disturb that jab and keep it close with him. He probably thinks he's a better inside fighter, so you've got to keep it close and mess up his style.
The referee just trying to keep the fighters apart, but what we love to see is when the referee is struggling to keep the fighters apart, because they cannot wait to get straight back onto each other and exchanging lever, and that's exactly what we're getting here as Gardner lands a nice 1-2 straight down the middle. There's that reverse 1-2. Beautiful couple of shots there from the man from Guildford.
Yeah, it favours Gardner a lot when he keeps his distance. He shouldn't stay close. He should try to keep his distance and just jab him off.
The Brandon a moment ago landed a really nice right hand over the top, and there comes another one back from Gardner. These two are fantastically matched fighters, and they really are kicking this WBM night of boxing on Box Nation off in style. Plenty more of the same, please, chaps, because the crowd are loving every single moment of it. Looking around the balcony, there's nothing but smiles.
Yeah, for a first fight of the night, it's actually quite packed around here, so it's been pretty impressive to see what Rowan Boxing Management can do. Yeah, credit to both fighters, they must have some fans with them.
Sounds to me like the team of Gardner or the corner. I couldn't quite work out where the noise was coming from, but screaming at him, telling him that Jesse Brandon was knackered, but he's responded by getting straight back to the centre of the ring and trying to close that gap again, trying to stop him from using those long arms. Gardner, ever so slightly the taller man, definitely has the longer arms. Do you think Brandon's fighting the right fight, Zach?
I think, yeah, Brandon needs to keep it close with him, because that guy, James, has a very good jab, and if he just jabs him out all day, he's going to win. So Brandon needs to put it on him and make sure he can't get his shots off.
But he's doing a good job of it as he just tries to tie him up. Every trick in the book will be used, that's for sure.
The only issue with that style, you need a lot of energy, you know, to always put it on him, and like you're gonna probably get tired for around 5 and 6.
It still is a long way to go as we go into the last few seconds of the third. As Gardner finishes the round with a strong right hand. But if you're in the corner of Gardner, Zach, what are you saying to him? Because it's been quite clear that Jesse Brandon's team have said, you've got to take that jab away. Yeah. What's he got to do to get that back working?
He's got to jab, step back, use his angles, use his feet, keep him moving. Obviously, you need a lot of fitness for that as well, but if he's trained hard, he should be able to do it.
I think the engines is going to be really important here as we go into rounds 4, 5 and 6, because these two are putting a shift in big time. They're really working hard. Not only are they working hard with their feet, with their head movement, with their punch output, but as Zach Chelly ringside with me has pointed out, it's hard work doing that wrestling stuff. It really is.
Yeah, it takes a lot of energy out of you as well, because your opponent's weight is on top of you. You're basically lifting your opponent throughout the round. I mean, you get some time to rest, but if you're trying to rest, you're going to get a body shot or a punch to the head, and then, you know, it's always got to keep your guard up.
Round 4, and an observation from me is that Jesse Brandon, if he is knackered, he came out of his corner very, very quickly there. He's got the bit between his teeth, and there is a certain level of urgency.
He's trying to keep the centre. He's listening to his corner. Very good jab from Gardner, trying to move the angles, trying to get him out, but obviously Brandon's pretty tough.
It's becoming harder now, isn't it, for Gardner to keep him at bay with that jab. And I guess that's just because he's just leaning in, getting his head low. It's the shot that he needs to look for, Zach, an uppercut.
Yeah, I guess so. He's just done it right there. So throw a jab, step back. Brandon comes in, throw an uppercut. We're trying it now, but obviously he seems a bit tired to throw it, and you need some power to hurt them with it as well.
Well, both fighters linked in the pocket here as Gardner turns over that right shoulder of his and connects on the temple of Jesse Brandon. And Brandon takes a big deep breath as the referee pushes him back, but he isn't going to the ropes to take any more deep breaths. He knows he's got a shift to put in it.
Oh, lovely right hand from Gardner. So keep doing that, straight 1-2s, it all should work. And the right now. Oh, uppercut, left hook.
It's almost like he heard you, Zach, Jenny, because that is exactly what you just said he needs to do, Gardner. Stick that left arm out of that jab and then throw the uppercut. He did it twice and it worked.
Yeah, you should carry on with that and do that and move, hit and move. And again, there you go, straight jab and the right uppercut. And he got stepped back after that.
But Brandon piling on the pressure, doing everything he possibly can to stop Gardner from working, from doing exactly what he was just doing, which was successful, using that long left hand of his, that long left arm to try and keep him at bay. And then there's that right uppercut, which he throws to the body this time. But Jesse Brandon is a seriously tough man.
Yeah, he's not giving up, he's going to give it everything. You know, I can see he's always pushing forward, using his weight, trying to lock his arms. I mean, sometimes you got to, you know, it's part of the boxing, you got to lock their arms and you take as much breath as you can.
Brandon will want to win this more than anything tonight. He's coming off the back of a defeat. He was out at Kragana fighting on the undercard of Dan Aziz and Craig Richards, where he came away with a close loss on a points decision. So he will be itching to get his hand raised. I know he always will be, but after a defeat, even more than ever.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I can tell you that for free.
What a contest, Zach.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed myself, especially with Gardner only having one professional fight, and he's kind of like an experienced boxer. I mean, it's very impressive.
When you've got a crowd behind you, like they used to have, is it sometimes quite difficult to keep your head in the game and stick to your game plan? Because in my head, I'm thinking, I'm going for it now.
Yeah, sometimes it motivates you, sometimes it puts you at a disadvantage. For me, I think it helps me. I see the crowd pushing me on. I get a spur of energy coming from I don't know where, and then just push it on. But sometimes it can give you a spur of energy and you just get one shot and then the crowd starts quieting down, so it's a bit embarrassing.
So it's a bit of fight management.
Yeah, basically.
And I guess a bit of psychological management as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so, but for me, when I'm in the ring, I try to think it's just me in the ring, and I try to ignore everyone outside, so it's just me and my opponent.
Seconds out to round 5.
But I say that boxing is the loneliest sport in the world. And once again, there are only 3 people left in the ring as James Gardner comes flying off of his stool and he's straight back into the centre. I get the sense that he's confident that he's winning this fight. In his mind, of course.
He's got a lovely right uppercut, but of course, Brandon doesn't let him punch. He's going to keep fighting. I do wish there was less holding, but I do understand it's part of the game. You can hear James Corner shouting out 1-2, 1-2. I think that's the right stance to take it. Maybe even a straight jab and the right uppercut will work.
Well, he just did something nice then, did Gardner. He made Jesse Brandon commit with that right hand and clipped him around the right-hand side of his face with that left hook and followed through with a straight right hand. He's showing a good variety of shots here. Yes, he's got a good jab on him, but that's a lovely right hand which came back from Brandon. And he needs to be landing a few more of those to be getting the nod from the referee, who's also our scoring judge here this evening in this 6-round contest. And 1 minute and 40 seconds left in the penultimate round. And you do start to get the sense now, Zach, that the energy levels of Brandon are starting to get a bit zapped, which is understandable, right?
Yeah, for me, you're going to have some tough fights. And for me, when I'm boxing, fitness is the most important thing. So when I train fitness, because I do not want to be in a fight where I'm feeling I can't throw any punches and I'm just getting hit. Like this type of fight, I would hate, where an opponent's just always on you and you can't get him off.
Brandon's still there, though, still trying to claim the centre of that ring as he just lets his left hand go and just misses the body of Gardner, who's now in that southpaw stance and throws that 1-2 lead uppercut from a different angle, just trying to discombobulate Jesse Brandon here at York Hall in Bethnal Green.
It's a jab and right uppercut.
Brandon looking for that overhand right. You can see him trying to find the space, trying to find the time to let it go.
Good combination from Gardner.
Good shot there again from Gardner. Jab and then the right uppercut sneaks straight up the middle. Brandon,
to keep some punching, you could stop him. And good feint.
The big lunge of a right hand there from Brandon. But he's going to have to do something
We're going to have
to
an
finish this round
sixth
strong.
Round 6, I'm looking forward to that.
I mean, I don't know what's going through Jesse Brandon's head, whether in his head he thinks that he's winning this fight, whether he thinks it's close, or whether he thinks he's right down on the cards.
I think from the round 6, you'll see if Jesse rushes out at Gardner, then you'll know that he's losing. He thinks he's behind. But if Gardner just brings out his jab, he thinks he's going to win comfortably.
So I'm going to put you in the shoes of Gardner. What do you do if you're Gardner now? You come out in his 6th and final round. In my opinion, he's up on the cards.
Yeah.
What do you think the game plan should be for him?
Jab and move, jab and move, jab and uppercut, jab and right hand, jab and move. But you need fitness for that and try to keep Brandon from not holding you. And if Brandon does try to hold you, just hold him back and wait till the ref to break it up.
It's that old saying, a good right hand will take you around the block, and a good jab will take you around the world. And the jab has been key.
Anthony Joshua that said that? Who said that? Anthony Joshua?
It was an old school fight, like a Sugar Ray Robinson or somebody like
maybe.
that.
I heard Anthony Joshua say it before.
Well, 6th and final round. Is Jesse Brandon going to empty the tank here? He's got to manage his energy levels well, because what he doesn't want to do is end up in a position where he's just getting punched and he hasn't got the energy to punch back or find a safe space for some form of a breather. But the information from Zach Shelley with me here at ringside for Gardner would have been to just come out, I guess keep your distance, jab and move, jab and move.
He's doing well now, he's just jabbing and moving, that's it, jab and move.
And that's exactly what he's doing.
Try to stay out the corner. And if he holds, just hold until the ref breaks it. That's what he's doing.
Been following the social media posts of James Gardner on the lead up to this fight. And it looked and sounded like he left no stone unturned and he was super confident.
I mean, you would be if you're going up against a guy with 6 fights and it's only your 2nd fight. So you must have some confidence.
Good right hand again from Gardner. And Jesse Brandon, he's landing the odd good single shot. But I guess he just needs those second phase attacks, but he's not really getting the ability or the space to do them, is he?
I think Gardner's got to keep his hands up and not to try to get pulled into something that he shouldn't be in. There you go, good jab, so move.
With both fighters tangled up yet again. And that long left arm of Gardner constantly. Oh, he gets caught with a right hand there, and his legs just went ever so slightly in the corner. Got a little bit excited. What a turnaround this would be if Jesse Brandon could turn it around in the 6th and final round. And he's looking for something big here, and there's a lot of swinging and a lot of missing. But that one definitely registered, Zach.
Definitely, a big right hand, and saw Gardner's legs go a bit. I see both of them, not too many power punches now.
Especially as fatigue sets in. And Brandon looks like the more tired fighter.
Yeah, Brandon's trying to get one of them lucky shots in.
That is all it takes, but there's only 20 seconds left on the clock as he tries to create some sort of space. And there's that left hook again as Gardner kind of falls into his attack. And this is a good, strong finish from both fighters. Jesse Brandon really starting to empty the tank, but maybe it was too little, too late.
Great fight. Very impressive, especially from Gardner.
A brilliant fight.
Gardner's corner thinks they've won it. I think so too.
I've got to agree. I think James Gardner has got to have his hand raised there. And if he does, what a win for him. As we've said in this bout, he's 1-0 moving into this on a points decision. His debut was the 25th of October last year, so he's had a bit of time since then. And in there against an experienced fighter, definitely a more professionally experienced fighter in Jesse Brandon, who is going into his 7th contest.
How many rounds would you give to Brandon?
I'd probably give Brandon 2 rounds.
Yeah, I agree.
Be interesting to hear how the referee scores this one. But if James Gardner gets his hand raised here, it'll be interesting to see how they match him going forward. But Mark Burtis is posed and ready, so we shall head over to him for the official announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for both fighters who gave their all. After 6 rounds of boxing, your referee scores the contest 59 points to 55. The winner in the red corner from Guildford, Surrey, James Gardner.
59-55.
And a round of applause for the brave,
well done to James Gardner, who gets
Jesse
it 59 to 55. And the corner really celebrated that one. Sometimes I think teams turn up to fights and I don't know if they really expect to win regardless of how good the performance is. And so much work, so much effort and commitment goes into these training camps. So to see your fighter get the win against a good, tough, experienced opponent, fair play to them for the reaction which they gave when Mark Burtis called it out for him.
Yeah,
well, another exciting fight to keep an eye on, Zach.
Yeah, very good win to have in your record. I'm sure big fights will come from that.
Well, good for him. Just pose with all the team here at the centre of the York Hall ring for the usual pictures which he'll look back on in years to come and remember the night that he came to York Hall and not upset the apple cart, but got himself a very good win. Well, he's ready to be interviewed by Imogen, so over to her.
Firstly, what a crowd that was. What a fight. Tell me, what's going through your mind at the minute?
I'm buzzing, honestly. It's my 2nd professional fight. Taking on a fella that's 5 wins, 1 loss. Co-signed by Anthony Joshua. A lot of people told me not to take this fight. They doubted me. I just want to say, first of all, thank you to my Lord and Saviour Jesus Christ. Secondly, thank you to everyone that bought a ticket and come out and supported. Without the supporters, this isn't possible. So I want to thank everyone that come out. I want to say a big thank you to my sponsors, AC Electrical, Burt Kitchen, St Nicholas Shopping Centre and Pest Clear UK Limited. If it wasn't for them, they helped me get through my camp, pay for my medicals, etc. And yeah, I'm buzzing. 2 fights. No one takes that fight on their 2nd professional fight. I'm confident in myself. I've got a decent amateur pedigree. I had 39 fights, 33 as a senior. I took a 50-50 fight on my 2nd fight. All these prospects are fighting journeymen, not me. I take on a difficult one in the away corner and come out on top because I'm confident in myself. I know what I'm capable of and I believe I'll go all the way to British level.
And can you tell us what's next for you? What have you got planned?
Well, I want to Monday get straight back in the gym. I want Adam, my manager, Adam White, my coach and trainer, get me straight back out there as soon as possible. It's only my 2nd fight. My hand went in the 4th round. I've only got one hand, my left hand, my right hand's gone. I've had issues with it in my camp, but I thought I'm not going to pull out, I'm still going to fight. And I've come out on top.
And what are you going to take from this fight into camp with you?
I mean, I'm going to go in Monday with a massive smile on my face. I already knew going into this fight without sounding arrogant that I was going to come out on top. I'm more than capable of beating these kind of prospects. I'm sparring with world champions like Lewis Crocker. I've got Harlem Eubank down my gym. I'm holding more than my own in the sparring, so it's just about proving it in here. This is only 50% of what I'm capable of. It wasn't my best performance, but I got the job done.
We just want to say well done, God bless.
Thank you to Warren Management for having me on the show as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the ring from Newark, Nottinghamshire, Connor Meanwell.
Continues here at York Hall, and we are ready for our next fight already. And this man is Newark man Connor Meanwell. He goes by the nickname of the Pitbull, 31 years old, and he's a fighter who generally finds himself in the away corner, giving prospects a hard night at the office. And he'll be looking to do plenty more of that here this evening.
The Pitbull, that sounds scary. I want to see how he fights.
It's a good one.
And please welcome from Brick Lane, London, the Bengal Tiger, Khalid Ali.
Well, the volume just went up a little bit in here, and that is because this is a local fighter. The Bengal Tiger, the man from Brick Lane, East London, and the 8-0 undefeated Khalid Ali. His pro career started in 2021 at the Copper Box Arena, and so far, so good. He's got some style about him, but he's serious about the game.
Our next bout this evening is a 6 3-minute rounds contest in the Super Welterweight division. Firstly, fighting out of the red corner, having his 45th contest this evening, weighing in 159 pounds 4 ounces, and tonight he wears the claret and blue shorts. Please welcome from Newark, Nottinghamshire, the Pitbull, Connor Meanwell. And moving across into the blue corner with an unbeaten 8 wins, 3 by way of knockout, weighing in 155 pounds 6 ounces, and tonight he wears the black and red shorts. Please welcome the Bengal Tiger from Brick Lane, London, Khalid Ali. Your referee is Amy Pooh, who will now give her final instructions to both boxers.
Boxers, listen to my instructions at all times. Watch your heads, no low blows. When I say break, step back. Protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, 6 3-minute rounds.
The Bengal Tiger versus the Pitbull.
A couple of good nicknames. Let's see if those nicknames can clash and give us another good York Hall fight, a venue which has given us so many fantastic nights over the years. Connor Meanwell from Newark in those kind of red shiny burgundy shorts. The Pitbull in there against Khalid. Yeah, those it's kind of that claret and blue, isn't it? Under the lights of York Hall. In there against Khalid Ali from this area, this neck of the woods. If he wanted to, he probably could have walked it in about 10 minutes. He could have done a ring walk from his door, Scott Quigg style. Hawley looking nice and fluent on those feet as he's boxing in that southpaw stance.
Yeah, great
and that
jabs.
could be dangerous, couldn't it, Zach? It could be dangerous the way that he moves in quickly with those feet of his.
Yeah, my last fight was a southpaw, so I know how dangerous they can be.
But this is round 192 for the Pitbull, Connor Meanwell, as he just gets caught with a beautiful body shot there from Ali in that southpaw stance, just dipped down to the right-hand side and swung it in. And a big overhand right comes straight back from Meanwell.
Yeah, when you're fighting a southpaw, you want to catch him with a big right hand. Just like I did a few weeks ago.
Somebody who knows how to land the perfect one and go viral.
I like the way Ali's just keeping his composure, throwing his jabs, trying to claim the center of the ring. He knows he's got 6 rounds to go, so no need to rush.
Hawley got a good amateur background behind him. A former Newham fighter, former Repton fighter. Very good clubs where you learn your foundations and the levels are set very high indeed. Carried all of that into the pro game with him. You can see the foundations are there.
Good body shots from Ali.
Just popping the jab out over and over again is Ali. Looks like he's trying to make Meanwell commit. He just dances around in that southpaw stance. Meanwell, legs almost parallel as he lets the shot go on the ropes. Hawley taking his time, just having a really good look in this opening rounds. We go into the last 15 seconds.
I guess he knows Meanwell's experience. You never know, one shot could change things, so he's just taking his time, trying to work him out, flick a jab, sees if he got any weaknesses.
A little bit of a slip there from Meanwell. But a very steady opening round there. There was lots of working out, wasn't there? But one of the things which Khalid Ali worked out very quickly is Meanwell can throw a big overhand right, and he needs to just be cautious of that.
Yeah, I think that's why he didn't rush in too much, and maybe he felt a bit of the power, a bit of the wind from that right hand, and he's thinking, I better keep away from that. So he's try to work him out a bit more. Maybe think he might get tired throughout the later rounds and stick it on him. But at this stage, you want to impress, so I think he's going to have to try to do something in the second round.
Well, it's been a perfect start to the pro game for Ali so far. And like all the fighters on their way up, these types of shows are vitally important. Oh, a clash of heads there between the pair of them. The referee just calling timeout to check.
I think when that happens, you think you've got a cut and you think you're bleeding, but you know, just a clash of heads, so it's right. And the head bleeds quite a lot, so it's a good thing no one's bleeding.
Conor Meanwell looks like he's got a few battle scars, doesn't he? Looks like he's had a few cuts over the years.
Yeah, he's one of them typical boxers that are covered in tattoos as well.
Oh, nice body shot there from Ali. When he throws those shots, they're quick as well, aren't they, Zach? You know,
I mean, we've got headphones on, we can still hear them. Yeah, we've got headphones on, we can still hear them, so that's pretty strong.
Nice, I like that. Southpaw jab, then just turned it over and turned it into a screw shot. There goes a jab again, nice and snappy. Just a few moments of the round. And Ali making sure that every single shot which Conor Meanwell throws, he misses with. Good stylish boxing here. Nice fast hands, good shot variety. And there is the 10-second clapper.
I'm not sure what it is, but maybe it's Ali's style, but he's making these rounds go by pretty quick, don't you think? Like, you know, unlike the other fight, they felt like they kept going on, but these fights, these rounds, they go pretty fast for me.
What Ali's got for me is he's got a very easy to watch style, very fluid. And I think that's probably because he's making it look easy himself. He kind of makes it easy to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it's relaxing to watch, you know. Yeah. You see a bit of what boxing is meant to be about: hit and move, clean shots. None of this, you know, scrappy fights. I mean, the scrappy fights are not too bad, especially if they're both giving it. But when you're fighting someone with like a journeyman with 40 fights, you want to make it look nice. You want to make it look clean, and hopefully at the end get a stoppage.
Do you think Conor Meanwell can get back into this fight, or do you think the levels are just too vastly different?
I believe Ali's levels are far ahead, and he knows what he's doing now. If he wants to step it up, he can, and if he wants to box like this for the next 4 rounds, he will, because I know Meanwell won't want to try something, because he knows if he tries something, he might get a big shot, so he'll probably just take it easy himself.
A legendary away corner fighter, Johnny Greaves, doing the seconds tonight for Conor Meanwell. That's a man who boxed hundreds and hundreds of rounds and knows the task and the job which Meanwell has got in front of him this evening. Or ever so slightly, we've seen Ali in the 3 opening rounds just incrementally just up the levels with a bit of everything, really. We're going to see a bit more of that now as he looks unbelievably relaxed and just pops that jab out. Nice, good work.
So what's going on here? Why has the ref stopped it?
I'm not sure what the ref was saying there. I think she wanted to see Mimo actually fight back a little bit because he's just kind of going around on the outskirts and not really throwing much.
I mean, it's not Mimo's fault. He's fighting a pretty good boxer, so I wouldn't blame him.
There's that body shot again. And we said earlier on that maybe Ali, if he landed that in the right spot, it's a sort of shot which could send Meanwell to the canvas on one knee and struggle to take a lungful of air.
Yeah, I mean, if he goes from the body, then work on the head and back to the body, he could stop him. Bit like now, he should just carry it on.
Looks like Ali is just doing bits and pieces to try and make Meanwell commit so he can catch him on the counter. I don't think Meanwell's interested at all. He's quite happy, well, I'd say happy. He can cope with the pace which the fight's being fought at, even though it's not much fun for him. And this is much better work here from Ali. When he puts his hands together, he really puts them together.
Yeah, I think if he carries it on, I think Meanwell will go down or just give up.
And there it is again. There's a long time left in his round. You can see that Meanwell struggling to breathe here through his mouth guard. He's been pummeled with straight shots. That jab, that southpaw jab over and over again to his nose. I don't know if that's caused some breathing difficulties for him.
I think also Meanwell doesn't have too much power in his shots anymore. See that? Little jab.
He's kind of throwing for the sake of it, isn't he, more than anything?
I mean, I like to see Ellis step it up now. Maybe he's saving it for the later rounds, I guess.
Well, a very dominant performance from Khalid Ali. I was just watching him as he walked back to his corner there. Cool as you like. Barely looks like he's done a round. And I think Conor Meanwell has got 2 opponents with him at the moment. One of them is the man in the opposite corner, and the other one is the clock, because I don't think you're going to see a happier man than that man if he hears the final bell. You just get that feeling, don't you, Zach, that he just can't wait to hear the sound of that bell and get himself out of there. Another job done at the office, eh?
He's probably thinking, I've got 6 more minutes of fighting left. Hopefully he can pull through.
Ali straight out of an office stall.
Seconds.
I've got a feeling Ali might put some pressure this round.
Seconds out to round 5.
I'm quite interested to know what the corner of Ali just said to him there. They're quite animated. I wonder if they said,
I mean, I hope they'll
he's
tell him.
knackered.
Yeah.
Now's the time to do it.
That's what I hope. I hope they won't say to him, just win it, mate. You just walk around, you just jab him off. But nah, put it on. Give us a statement. Stop him.
Lovely shot. There's the body shots again. And as you said earlier on, Zach, if he turns us over upstairs, then could have a bit more success because he throws the body shots really well, as we've just seen there, doubled it up.
I do feel for these journeymen, you know, because they want to fight next week, and if they get stopped, they can't fight for a month, and that, you know, that's their wages gone for a month. So, I mean, he's probably going to try his best to try to survive this.
That's exactly it. I mean, I was talking about the sound of that final bell. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. This is just their role. It's about coming in, giving these prospects a really difficult night if they can, but he gets
carry
caught
on,
with
go on,
a
Ali, step
lead
it up.
uppercut there in the southpaw stance from Khalid Ali, who could have jumped on in there if he wanted to.
Yeah, it was a bit strange. He didn't want to. Maybe he's saving it for the last round. Get the rounds in.
Lovely body shot again. Beautiful work. Everything comes off that jab.
You know, it reminds me of a story. I fought a journeyman before, I think by the name of Jordan Graham. And before the fight, they were saying if I stop him, I've got to give him £5,000 extra. Unfortunately, I did end up stopping him, so...
Unbelievable, eh? So you didn't stop him, did you say?
No, I did stop him,
Oh,
so I
stop
had
him.
to give him an extra 5K.
Oh.
I'm not sure if it was a stoppage or he just wanted to go down for the extra money. Maybe we've got a similar situation here, you never know.
Khalid Ali just snapping out the southpaw jab over and over again. Hands nice and low now. You can see how confident he is. As Conor Meanwell doesn't move in his stance. He kind of walks forward with his little steps. Exhausted. There's that body shot again. The 1-2 upstairs.
See, Ali's corners tell him to carry on, keep going. I mean, I hope Ali's saving it for the last round. He's going to give us something fantastic and stop him.
The last few seconds to go. And Ali, in the most respectful way possible, is dominating this in absolutely every single area. And Meanwell slumps onto his seat, rests his gloves and takes some big deep breaths, and he just thinks to himself, one more round to go. Hawley landed a peach of a shot in that previous round, beautiful uppercut, and the legs just went a little bit stiff of Meanwell, but he chose to just stick behind his jab and just carry on boxing in exactly the same way that he has in the 4 rounds previous. I think we're going to probably see exactly the same thing again.
Yeah, I feel like he wants to get the rounds in. He's not really too bothered about stoppage. I could be wrong. We'll see this round 6.
Corners 10 seconds. Seconds out, 6, and the final round.
An exchange of words there between the pair of them before the final opening bell sounded of that 6th round. Will Conor Meanwell hear the sound of the final bell in this fight? I think he probably will. He's a tough man, and Khalid Ali is boxing a particular type of fight. He's showing off his boxing skills. Flurries of punches, punches in bunches.
Yeah, pretty fast combinations from Ali.
There's still very much a spring in the step of the Bengal Tiger, the Brick Lane fighter, Khalid Ali. Landed a nice heavy jab there. Just dances around his man in the centre of the York Hall ring. The referee nearly got clipped there. And Conor Meanwell, he's throwing the odd punch, but just none of them are landing, are they?
Yeah, it seems like Ali just toying with him, just hitting and moving, which is great boxing. A little bit of a WWE move right there.
Nice work here from Ali. Showing off a variety of skills. Not only is he punching well, good combinations and good speed, but he's making his man miss from inside the pocket.
I remember my first fight being on Box Nation TV when it was actually on a channel on the Sky. it's nice to see that now it's free to watch on YouTube.
It's important, really important. It gives fighters like this really good opportunities because literally everyone and anyone can watch these YouTube-style fights now, which is amazing for the fighters and the numbers. Some of the shows do tremendous numbers, and it's great exposure.
That's it. Meanwhile, still trying to fight back. I like to see that. Never giving up. Last 10 seconds.
The last few seconds, and Khalid Ali has gone through the motions here this evening. He's shown us what he's about, his skill set. Dominated the fight from the southpaw stance. He caught Conor Meanwell with some really good shots, but he chose to box rather than have a go at finishing the job.
Yeah, I want to know the reason behind he doesn't want to finish the job. Maybe he's been told to get the rounds in. Maybe he's got a big fight lined up and doesn't want to show off too much. There's many reasons why.
I'm sure he'll have a good future ahead of him. Good team around him. And absolutely another win on the record. And he'll move to 9-0 and start looking, I guess, at those area levels fights soon, and maybe those English level fights, etc. Or will he go a different route? Well, Mark Burdiss, our MC, is poised and ready with a scorecard, so we shall head over to him now.
Ladies and gentlemen, your referee scores the contest 60 points to 54. The winner in the blue corner, the Bengal Tiger, Khalid Ali. And please, a round of applause for the brave and gallant Conor Meanwell. Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask the drivers of a BMW, a grey BMW, registration J10BXX, J10BXX, and a black Jaguar, registration WP67CZR, WP67CZR. You are blocking other vehicles in, and the police are about to clamp you. So if you could move your vehicles, it would be greatly appreciated.
Well, there you go. It all happens at your call. Khalid Ali, of course, moves to 9-0, and somebody's vehicle nearly got moved to another location, Zach.
Yeah, I think it's time for Ali to go for some titles. Yeah, I like to maybe a Southern area, or maybe even straight an English title. That performance, I mean, I think he's ready. I mean, it's 6 rounds comfortably. 10 rounds should be easy for him.
Well, he looked fit enough. Well, he's speaking to Imogen now, so over to her.
What a fight. How does it feel being back after 2 years after injury?
It feels good. I'm grateful. Alhamdulillah for everything. I'm grateful. I'm blessed. It's been a long 2 years for myself. You know, it's good for me to get the ball rolling again, you know, because if you look at boxing history, no one looks that good after 2 years. I look good. I think I look the best I ever looked with one hand, you know. I'll tell you guys a little secret. I actually broke my ligament in my last spar, but there was no way I was pulling out, you know. I dedicated this year to getting back in the ring, and that's what I did.
That honestly just shows how determined you really are to fight. What does it mean to you to fight?
It keeps me in a straight line, you know. You know, June is Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, and you know, being out for 2 years, not doing what you're supposed to be doing, it can take a toll, you know. I'm not one to do a sub story and all of that, but just know it's very long and a hard road. Everyone in my back room, they know what a long and hard road it was. And, you know, I'm dedicating this fight to myself because, you know, change starts with you and ends with you.
And what have you got in store for us in the future?
Well, listen, first thing is first is I'm going to chat with my management team. But I think I need to get the rust off a bit more. I think that's very important. This year, I will and I want to be chasing titles. You know, I've been pro since I was 20. I'm 26 this year. You know, so it's time to start looking for titles. But I need more fights like that to get me back to where I need to get to, you know. I'm not an idiot. I know what needs to be done, and I'm going to do it.
Thank you for coming over and talking to us. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the ring from Slovakia by way of Mexico, Christian Lopez Flores.
Well, two things that go together very nicely is Mexicans and boxing. This man is Christian Lopez Flores, 34 years old from Mexico, and in his 73-bout career, he is no stranger to the UK. It all kicked off in Mexico, in his home country, and many fights since then have been on this side of the Atlantic.
Must be his second home.
And please welcome from Tottenham, London, Cameron Super Cam McKay.
Well, former Team GB boxer, podium squad member Cameron McKay appears onto the stage. A former 2 times national champion, a former 5 times national finalist, a 5 times London champion, and now 3-0 in the pro side of the game. And he just walks down the ramp, takes in a big deep breath, and just looks out to his people who have come to support him here this evening. And of course, he'll be looking to do the business here tonight and do it in some serious style as well.
Got a pretty confident ring walk.
Next up this evening is a 6 3-minute rounds contest in the super lightweight division. Firstly, fighting out of the red corner, having his 74th contest this evening, weighing in 143 pounds 3 ounces, and tonight he wears the black and white shorts. Please welcome from Slovakia, by way of Mexico, Christian Lopez Flores. And moving across into the blue corner, with an unbeaten 3 wins, 1 by way of knockout. Weighing in 143 pounds 5 ounces, and tonight he wears the black shorts. Please welcome from Tottenham, London, Cameron Super Cam McKay. Amy Boo is your referee, who will now give her final instructions to both boxers.
Boxers, listen to my instructions at all times. Watch your heads, no low blows. When I say break, step back. Protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves.
Ladies and gentlemen, 6 3-minute rounds.
As our MC Mark Birdie said, 6 3-minute rounds in the super lightweight division. Christian Lopez Flores of Mexico in the black shorts, with the white stripe and those white boots, in there against former Team GB boxer Cameron McKay in the all black. Straight out on the front foot, Zach, trying to establish that jab early on.
Yeah, I feel like from McKay's ring walk, he's got a lot of energy, and I think he wants to prove something tonight, and I think he's looking for a stoppage. Very dominant, he already got his opponent on the ropes.
Well, I've seen Christian Lopez Flores many times before. He certainly knows his way around there, but McKay has come out with a bit between his teeth. There's a proper level of urgency around his work, and as you said, Zach, I don't think we're going to see what we saw in the previous fight, where Khalid Ali was quite happy to just box in that southpaw stance and cruise to victory via points. I'm already getting the sense that Cameron McKay would quite like a stoppage here.
Yeah, most definitely brought a lot of people here with him. He wants to impress them, and his family and friends.
Well, Flores been in there with some very good fighters over the years. Zach Miller, Luke Bibby, Ryan Garner, just to name a few. All of them went the distance. All of them he stayed on his feet for. So if McKay can even drop this man to the canvas in his 4th professional contest, that won't be bad going.
That'll be a pretty big statement because, you know, even Rangana's fighting next weekend, isn't he, for a major title. So if he can stop this guy, it shows you what he's all about.
Ryan Garner at his home of Southampton, St Mary's, gets his shot to fight in front of his fans against Michael Magnesi.
Yeah, me and Rangana went to Ukraine together with Adele Riley for the Junior World Championships when we were on Team GB. So good memories there.
I've heard so many stories of fighters who have had brilliant trips and journeys, and that is what the amateur side of the game does for you. And Cameron McKay would have done that with the GB squad. I think he medalled everywhere he went in an international tournament. He medalled. Is what I read on the build-up to this fight, preparing for this contest. And that takes some, doesn't it, Zach? You know that.
Yeah, of course, especially when you're fighting out in Eastern Europe. Oh, lovely combination.
There's a left hook which went into the body there from McKay. It was almost like he's starting to chop a tree down. It just kind of folded over. And Lopez Flores will be absolutely loving that extra 10 seconds breather, especially after that left hook. And there's that overhand right again, follows it up with the left hook to the body. McKay really stalking his man now, just trying to corner him really so he can let his hands go, and cutting the ring off nicely as well.
At this point, I think Lopez wishes he was back in Mexico.
I think you might be onto something there. But a high tempo round, and just observing Cameron McKay, his supporters are out to the left of us here, Zach. He looked to them and they are feeding him the energy, aren't they?
Yeah, I remember we spoke about this before, about can the energy be helped from the people watching you. I guess for him it is a yes. Energy does help him. It pushes him forward, gives him more energy to put onto his opponent.
I'm sure we'll see plenty more of that in this 6-round contest. Flores had to fight back at the end of that round there. He had to really start throwing his hands and try to give McKay a bit of a warning to say, yep, I know you're good, but I've got a few things up my sleeve as well, so just have your wits about you.
I mean, if you say, what's his name, Lopez has been with some great fighters.
10 seconds.
I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do to not get stopped. Maybe he's hiding something.
Seconds out, round 2.
Yeah, it certainly got me intrigued, and McKay straight out on the front foot. And I think Flores is going to have to do some work here, other than the usual defensive tactics of moving around the outskirts of the ring, keeping that nice high guard. He's going to have to throw back to stay in this contest.
Good uppercut from McKay. You know, I always wonder when I see foreign boxers come over by themselves, it must be pretty hard for them.
It's some job, it really is, and I've got so much admiration for these fighters. And the amount of times that I'm traveling to shows and I'm watching a fighter in the ring, and 6-7 hours later I'm seeing them at the airport and they're on a plane back to Mexico or Argentina. It's some way to earn a living, and I've got the utmost respect for them. But someone who hasn't got respect for their opponent at the moment is Cameron McKay, because that is the attitude he's got to have. When the final bell goes, he will again, but everything in his mind right now will be about winning, and it'll be about getting the job done in the best style he possibly can to make a statement.
Constantly moving, constantly slipping, even though no punches are coming towards him. Again, that's just the fitness he has.
Well, in McKay's last fight, he dropped his opponent 4 times before the referee called it off. And social media went crazy when the clip started circulating. And I guess he's got a bit of that taste still going on, and he want a little bit more of that.
Flores' face seems pretty red. You think it's from the shots or just a natural skin tone?
I think he's been reddened by a fair few punches there. And he's consistently been on the back foot. McKay doing a fantastic job of cutting the ring off. He's adept at doing that.
Because that Flores has nowhere to go. He's just constantly been put in the ropes, in the corners.
Oh, big heavy shot there from McKay, and he knows that he's hurt his man, but like I said earlier on, Flores is going to have to fight back, and that's exactly what he did then. McKay's confidence was building as he just chucked in a couple of barrages of shots to the body. Here's a 10-second clapper.
I feel like Flores should have the nickname the Pitbull, because you put him in a corner, he fights back.
It's absolutely bang on. And a few words between the two fighters at the end of the round, but I like it when Flores fights back, Zach.
Yeah, as I said, if you put him in a corner, he fights back, so he should have the nickname the Pitbull. It's like our last
it's a bit more
fighter.
suited to him, isn't it?
Yeah, most definitely.
I just wonder, with the type of fighter he is, he's got 57 defeats on there because his role is that journeyman away corner fighter role, whatever you want to call it. And like you said earlier on, these guys, they desperately don't want to be stopped. And if they can win, of course they're going to try and win. But for a lot of them, it's about getting to the end of the fight and living to fight another day.
And you never know, he might have a fight next week, so he'll survive.
10 seconds. Seconds out, round 3.
Okay, kicking this round off in exactly the same way that he kicked the previous rounds off. And that is on that front foot, trying to create as little space for Lopez Flores as he possibly can.
The thing is with pressure fighters, the only way you can get them off you is if you hurt them. If you don't hurt them and your punches, they don't respect your punch power, they're going to keep coming to you.
Looks like McKay just trying to find that body shot again. Dips to his left-hand side. Was eyeing up the right-hand side of the body of Flores.
Good jab from McKay. Unfortunately, misses the last 2 shots.
Well, that miss seemed to get Flores going. There was a big smile on his face, and the body language changed immediately. But if anything, that's made McKay a bit hungrier to land something better. Flores feinting continuously, but McKay is not falling for it.
Yeah, I feel like McKay just looking for a clean shot now. He's not trying to rush it in. Nice little flicks of the jab from McKay. See, McKay gets frustrated when he misses.
Maybe that's what Flores needs to try and make him do a bit more, because he's got the ability to do it. You can see he has. But I don't know how much work he wants to put into making that happen. He's got 14 wins on his record as Flores, and out of those 14, 12 of them have come by stoppage. So he obviously has got some hands on him. But he's just being outworked here, isn't he, Zach?
I guess so. He has no room to breathe, I'd say. I mean, I put my hands up to Flores. He deserves every penny he's making tonight.
And the referee just having a quick chat with Christian Lopez Flores. Well, both of them, actually.
I think there's been a bit too much holding, and the ref's not happy with that.
McKay straight back out on the front foot once again. forcing Flores to fight back and to try and have a go himself. I mean, I think this is turning into a little bit of a frustrating fight for McKay more than anything. What's your feelings on it?
Yeah, I think so as well. He's putting the pressure on him, but he's missing quite a lot. He's catching him with the jabs, but then I think he's putting too much power in the shots that are coming afterwards. And I think Lopez sees them coming and just moves out of the way. Although Lopez is having to work hard, but he is making McKay more frustrated.
Well, I guess McKay needs to work out what works well for him. Flores, he'll kind of stand there on the ropes or in the corner and take a few, and then every so often he'll throw a few back.
You know what I say, the best thing about boxing is timing.
Corners,
You need
10
timing,
seconds.
and if you haven't got timing, no point in having speed or power.
Well, can McKay
Seconds out, round 4.
find the timing in round 4 in his 4th professional contest?
That's a bit better. So you're just flicking out the shots, not too much power behind it, and then the power shot should come.
I think you hit the nail on the head earlier on, Zach, when you said that McKay gets frustrated when he misses like that. And I guess it's about just keeping your head on your shoulders, isn't it? And resetting and going straight away, which he isn't doing a bad job of.
I mean, that's where the difference between amateur boxing and a pro is the experience, and you know, I think McKay needs it, and he's doing pretty well. He's learned to adapt through this fight. He learned that the power shots are missing, and now he's just got to use the speed and that timing.
Well, if you're just joining us, welcome along. You are watching Cameron McKay versus Christian Lopez Flores of Mexico. Top of the bill tonight is James Hitman Hawley. And against Ellis Steward. Hawley defending his super middleweight Commonwealth silver title. Still a good few fights to come between now and then. That was a good jab there from McKay. That one snapped the head back of Flores.
Flores came back with a good combination.
And in ways, Flores is making McKay work by making him kind of almost follow him around the ring over and over and over again. And that's tiring stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess you're hunting a man down and you're missing at the same time. It's going to be frustrating too, but oh, now you're trying to give it back.
That was a good right uppercut. That was a good response there from McKay. But he gets caught with a left hook and comes back with his own straight left hand. He needs to do plenty more of the same there.
You know, huge respect to Flores. He's not giving up. He's fighting back. He's not just trying to cover up or hold. He's throwing back.
Well, I wondered what Flores would do if he was on the ropes for a prolonged period of time. And what did he do? He just grabbed hold of his man and stopped the attack immediately. And comes back with a wild left uppercut of his own.
I guess that just shows Flores is experienced. You know, he's been in with some big fighters and he knows what to do.
Is there anything you want to see a little bit more of when it comes to Cameron McKay? Do you think he's cutting the ring off well? Do you think he needs to do a bit more of that? What's your thoughts?
I think he just got to time his punches better, not throw so many. Catch him with a clean shot and then keep his hands there and throw the punch where he wants it to be, you know, and maybe try to work out Lopez a bit more, maybe a bit more feints, make Lopez think he's about to throw it and catch him from the other side. Because Lopez, he seems pretty predictable, McKay, you know, and Lopez, I think he's worked him out.
You know, I don't feel like Flores has run out of ideas, but I feel like he's been worked out here. And McKay's definitely winning this fight.
Yeah, definitely, but if he wants to improve, he just has to catch him with cleaner shots.
Corners, 10 seconds.
I guess it comes back to that word you used earlier, Zach, and that is timing.
Seconds out, round 5.
Around 5 or 6. Let's see what can be produced here by both men. McKay said he was a pressure fighter, and my goodness, is he a pressure fighter. He hasn't stopped. And rightly so. Doesn't just want to put on a good performance for himself, but all those people who have brought a ticket to come and see him here this evening. Just to the left of our commentary position, there is a lot of them.
I think what McKay needs to do is see what works. That big overhand right was working, and just keep throwing that shot. Like that, keep going.
Nice, good work from McKay. Threw the jab upstairs, then dipped down, tried to get that left hook off to the body. There it is again. It seems to be a favourite shot of his, that left hook under the right elbow. And if you land it well, you can make your opponent land not very well. And the referee just having a word with McKay. From what I can gather, she didn't quite like the flicky type of shots.
I'm not sure why. I mean, I like the flicky shots, you know, it leads up with a big right hand.
Nice long left
left
hook.
hook. His legs went.
The legs went on the Mexican there. Flores found himself in a little bit of trouble, and he's holding on because I think the legs have become a little bit stiff, and he's dying to get out of there.
Yeah,
and McKay looking at the referee saying, for goodness sake, break us up, because he wants to get straight back to work.
The experience of Flores, he knows what he's doing. You see, his legs went, and yet he went straight in for the hold.
And the referee having a good old chat, but in McKay's mind, he wanted to just get straight to business and do a Zach Chelly.
I think that was a left hook that wobbled Lopez.
McKay trying to carry on where he left off before the Mexican was given a good 20 or 25 seconds to recover, if you like, and he certainly has recovered. His feet are back beneath him. And he's just making this so frustrating for Cameron McKay.
Big right hand from McKay. Got him on the ropes. But once again, I think Lopez is just too experienced in this, and he knows how to stop a man from continuing the work rate.
The last few seconds of the round. Another big right uppercut and a left hook to finish it. Flores fights back. And actually, McKay was just starting to get on top of him a little bit there. Not massively, but there were good moments for him, weren't there?
Very good moments, but I feel that Lopez is experienced in this, in this matter. So I think Lopez will survive the last round. He knows what he's doing. As soon as he gets a big shot, he just holds or throws one back and holds. He knows what he's doing. He's an experienced fighter, and I think he should be able to survive the last round.
Well, 51 times in the defeats that he has had in his many bouts. He has survived until the final belt, and he hasn't been stopped for over 3 years. Lopez Flores.
Corners, 10 seconds.
So McKay will make a bit of a
Seconds
statement.
out, 6th and final round.
If he can get this man out of there. 1 round to do it, 3 minutes to go.
Well, all Lopez to survive is all he got to do is move. Jab and move, jab and move.
Lovely double left hook there, nice and fast.
But, you know, so what's impressive from McKay, from the first round to the last round, is that power's still been there, you know. And, you know, that shows to me he could do 10 rounds.
Good work there off the lead hand from McKay. Body and head and body, switches it between hook and uppercut. Bounces in and out constantly, changing his rhythm, changing his distance. He's a difficult man to work out himself, and Flores sticking that left hand out, trying to sink in a big heavy right hand of his own. The referee tells him not to leave a left hand out.
I'm not sure why the ref is saying that, but maybe the rules have changed.
Sonny Warren ringside from WBM telling Cameron McKay not to get frustrated, jab and move. He knows he's got this one in the bank.
See what Lopez is doing, just holding him and just wasting time. He's going to get a warning from the ref. I wonder, does the time get stopped while the ref is talking?
Yeah, the time should be stopped, but I guess it's just giving him a breather to keep himself in it. Not that he wasn't in it a moment ago, but there's been moments in this fight where I guess those extended breaks have worked in the Mexican's favour.
Halfway through the final round. That's it, McKay's putting the pressure on now. But he gets caught with a left hook.
He does, a big heavy left hook as well from Flores. And this is the most work we've seen from the Mexican.
Yeah,
it's almost like he saved up those energy levels and thought, right, I'm going to have a go in the last minute of the last round.
I feel all his experience has paid off. And to be fair, you know, for McKay, for only having 3 fights to get in with a boxer of this experience, it's pretty impressive. Just needs to work on his timing and his patience. And, you know, he probably would have been able to stop Lopez.
Flores landed a couple of good shots in this round. Cameron McKay not letting off the hook for a moment. But again, the Mexican just ties him up. And his job is to make life difficult. And his job is to try and make himself a puzzle, which the prospect has got to work out. And he's done that very well as we go into the last few seconds of this 6th and final round in his super lightweight contest. Surely Cameron McKay gets a nod and moves to 4-0 here. He would have loved to get the victory.
Yeah, I feel like every round McKay deserved. He fought for it every single round, always pressures on his fighter, but I'm impressed with Lopez. You know, he managed to survive, and I mean, that shows he survived with Ryan Garner and other like Zach Miller and big name fighters, so I kind of knew that his experience would show.
Indeed, well said, that man would have loved to got the stoppage, sorry, not the victory. Of course he wants to get the victory. Well, Mark Burtis is in the ring, so that means we are close. And the referee would just pull the 2 fighters together. So let's hear how this one has gone.
Ladies and gentlemen, your referee scores the contest 60 points to 54. The winner in the blue corner from Tottenham, London, Cameron Supercam McKay. And please a round of applause for the gallant Christian Lopez Flores.
Well, Cameron McKay gets the job done. Super pleased to have done so. It was frustrating at times, and a phrase we probably use too much on commentary is about these types of learning fights. But there is no other way of putting it sometimes. And these types of opponents are matched to make you a better fighter and a more complete fighter. And it's the different types and variety of opponents which these guys see themselves in with that really help them with that kind of thing.
Yeah, most definitely on his 4th fight, and he's already got international experience in that fight. Yeah, so that'll help him a long way, especially with a fighter like Lopez. And to see him put the pressure on for 6 rounds and not give up, it shows that he's got a great future ahead of him.
Well, he is just climbing through the ropes to the interview position. And getting a few congratulations from the team and the people around him, and he's with Imogen.
What a fight that was. I've heard that you had 2 in 2 weeks. Talk me through that. How do you stay so active and consistent?
Well, my key to staying active and consistent is I really live this. So if you called me to box tomorrow, I'll be ready.
And you had quite a tough opponent. How did you feel that went for you?
To be fair, I feel like I got that boxing skill and all the things I needed to do to win. It's just like he had a hard head and it was hard to put him away.
And have you got anything to tell us for future plans and what's next for you?
I mean, me and WBM, we're like the dream team. WBM and me and my coach and my hard work. I don't know what's to come in the future. All I can tell you about is the end goal. But for now, let's go talk to Bobby and Sonny.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Well, so far, so good here at York Hall at Bethnal Green. Now I'm joined by somebody who nobody wants to fight, trust me. We'll call him Mad Max. Well, Sonny, let's start with you. Why does nobody want to fight this guy?
I don't know. Listen, we signed Max 2 months ago. Been looking for a fight for 8 weeks. We've been through the list of everyone. He said, I'll take anyone. We've offered Simon Abekwe, Louis Pachetti, who's supposed to be fighting here tonight. All them names, they do not want to fight him. All the journeymen have turned him down, everyone. No one wants to fight this person.
So, 2-0, 2 knockouts. What's your thoughts and feelings around people dodging in?
I don't know. They need to come and fight me. I want them to come out. They need to run away from me. I want them to be ready for me. I'm ready for everyone.
Is there anyone in particular that you'd like to share the ring with?
I want to share a ring with everyone. Every heavyweight for division, everyone. I'm ready for everyone.
But what sort of fights do you want to see him in Sonny? Because, you know, 2-0, he's got 2 stoppages, which is fantastic. Look good in the process. But obviously, you've got to step these fighters up in the right way. We know he's talented, but, you know the boxing game well.
Well, no, listen, we want to do how we do it with prospects. Max is 2-0, he is a prospect. We'd like to see him get to 6 rounds, couple of 6 rounds, and see him step up, but we find it so hard and difficult just to get that across the line. Now he's like, I just want to fight. Put anyone in front of me, I'm ready to go. And I've seen Max fight. He's a monster. He can give anyone trouble. So he's going to be moving fast, he's going to be moving quick, and hopefully you're going to see him on big shows.
As a fighter, you just want to be active. You want to be out there. You must be getting itchy knuckles just being ringside tonight. It must be really frustrating when you can't get a date in.
Yes, it's very frustrating. Because now I'm supposed to fight today. My manager is arranged fight. He called out all the guys. They don't want to fight me. I want just to fight. I'm just ready to fight. I want all this heavyweight to come out to fight me. All this prospect to come out. I need just to be on the ring.
Well, hopefully we'll start to see it in the not so distant future. Have you been enjoying the boxing in York Hall this evening? How long have you been? Have you seen any fights yet?
No, I just come.
Well, look at that.
I just come.
And Sonny, we've already had 3 fights so far. So far, so good. What's been your opinion on the show so far? I mean, Khalid Ali, for me, just boxed a beautiful fight. I mean, there were times when he could have got his man out of there, but he kind of chose to show what he could do really well.
Yeah, Khalid Ali, look, 2 years out of the ring with the injury he had. A bit cautious going in the ring. But you see him, he took control of that fight, took the centre stage, wanted to get the rounds in. He stood by the game plan and did exactly what he wanted to do. The opening fight, Jesse Brandon versus
brilliant.
James Gardner. I'll tell you what, I'd like to see that fight again. I really would like to see that fight. Both teams are eager to make it happen again. We'll see if we can do it. And then obviously Cameron McKay, he's a special talent, him. Flores didn't want none of it, and Flores is a very hard person in that ring. And just hold on for dear life the last couple of rounds.
Flores, he looked incredibly frustrating. He looked like a type of fighter which was hard work to be in there with.
that's a hard night's work, but this is the man we want to see in soon, and this is the man that we're going to make it happen. Hopefully Max, the next show, he'll be in with a great fight for him, so he'll be on the next show.
Well, we're going to let you guys leave the presentation area. Thank you very much for your time, and we're going to be joined by Denzel Bentley now. So Denzel, if you just take that microphone there. Denzel, good to see you.
Yeah.
Only a few weeks ago, massive win at the O2 Arena.
Yes.
How's it been since? I mean, you're out the ring for quite a while. It must have been unbelievable.
Yeah, no, it was a great feeling, man. It was good to get that frustration out, finally be back out in the, where I love to be in the ring. So I was very pleased with that performance.
Do you know what? I was commentating on a couple of your stablemates, or one of your stablemates, the Fail brothers.
Yes.
We're in Doncaster on Dave Allen's card, and we were speaking about you, and I've got to apologise. I said Denzel Bentley is a new interim, and I said, Denzel, if you're watching, I do apologise because the situation with the governing body is a messy one. But in your eyes, and to lots of other people, you won a world title that night.
100%, and that's what it should have been. I mean, you can't have someone that's being penalised for taking a banned substance but not being stripped, so they're not really being punished, are they? So, I mean, that should have been that was number 1 versus number 2, so that should have been for the vacant belt, and that's how I see it anyway. Listen, boxing is boxing, politics is politics. We know how the sport works, but in my eyes, I won a world title that night.
What was the atmosphere like that night? Because from ringside, it was excellent. It was electric. You were right up there. It was packed. It was 20,000. It was 18,000 people. And you looked like you had the bit between your teeth.
Yeah, no, it was. That's the first time I boxed in O2. So the whole
was
night.
Really? That was your first one?
Yeah. I boxed in the Indigo next door, but I never boxed in the big O2. So the whole night was just like proper special to me. Do you know what I mean? So the only venue in London that I hadn't done, and the atmosphere was crazy. I was really high up on the card, and it was kind of worth the wait. You know what I'm saying? Like, when they say the best will last. So
that's it.
Yeah,
and
man.
I was speaking to Eddie Muscat, who's a part of the Peacock Gym, and he was getting frustrated with. He was getting frustrated for you before that because he was saying, I just want to see Denzel in there, and I know how much he wants to fight, but you waited for your time and the opportunity came.
Yeah.
So it's big fights after big fights now.
That's it.
There's nothing been announced yet.
No, nothing.
Unless I'm wrong.
No, nothing been announced,
is there anything going to be announced in the not so distant future?
No, literally, there's nothing on the table right now. Just a few conversations of what we can do and dates first. I think the dates have been messed up because of the World Cup and stuff. So. We kind of got to wait to see what they can get available, what the zone are happy to go with, and what dates they're happy to put on surrounding the World Cup. If not, it'll be after the summer. I'll be out.
Yeah, and is there anyone in particular that you'd love to fight, or you just? I know you're the type of fighter that like anyone they'll put in front of you, you're gonna go at you. But is there anyone that you think stylistically that'd be great?
I'd just love to fight Janibek.
Yeah.
I'd love to fight Janibek. I mean, when he's off his ban, I'd love to fight Janibek, and I feel like I'm the rightful champion, so I really want to take that challenge, so I can be rightfully held as recognised as the WO champion.
And I think the understanding is that's going to be somewhere around the start of next year that he may become available to fight.
Yeah, because
there's a bit of politics involved in that.
His ban is up in December, so anytime after that, really.
Absolutely. And we're talking about the venues which you fought in.
Yeah.
You've had a few in here over the years, haven't you?
Yeah, there's been some good fights here.
Have you got a favourite your cool moment?
Probably the Derek Osaze fight.
Remind me what happened.
Second round knockout.
That was the one. That was the one.
Yeah,
was that off of a bit of a inactivity that fight?
No, I just boxed Danny Dignam.
Yeah.
Before that, so I was on a little run, but after that fight. So so that was good. Yeah.
And an old opponent of yours is out next week, the new Key Bomb.
Brad Pools,
He's going to be here next week.
Long-term friend.
Yeah, long-term friend.
Yeah.
Previous opponent, you've become quite good friends, haven't you? And done a fair bit of sparring together.
Yeah. He's been in the gym working with the Feltons as well. Like, I think they're the best southpaws in the country and the best 154 pounders in the country too. So you can't get any better work than that. So he's been down there preparing for his next fight with them two. He was down there preparing for his last fight with them two, and look what happened there. So, like I said, when you're preparing with quality fighters like that, it makes fighting out a little bit easier for you.
Do you know, I've just been doing some commentary with Zach Chelly, who ripped up the script a few weeks ago.
I need to give that guy a hug.
He's looking very cool somewhere around here in a green silk shirt.
Yeah.
And I said to him, I said, Zach, I'll tell you, none of my boxing friends said you'll never say it to his face, Darren. I said, I never thought you had a chance of beating David Morrell. Multiple-time world champion, unbelievable fighter, completely and utterly ripped up the script.
Yeah.
It was incredible, wasn't it?
It was mental. I mean, I was one of them people that felt like, damn, why is he taking this fight? Like, the Morale's a class fighter, but Zach can punch. I sparred him before, I've been in the ring with him before, and even his jab is heavy. He puts a lot into all these shots. So I'm so pleased for him. I was so happy for him. I mean, I was surprised, but I understand how hard he hits, and he could knock anybody out. But I was so happy for him because he was up against it.
He was really up against it.
I don't think anyone, apart from him or his dad, thought he was going to win. So,
yeah, incredible.
So
well,
congratulations
Denzel,
to
thank
Zach,
you
man.
so much for your time. Always good to see you. I think we're going to be joined by the Cannon now. Edward Sader. Please take the microphone. How are you, mate? You okay?
Good, man.
Good
How
to
are
see
you?
you. We haven't seen you for a little while. The last time we saw you was the Willie Hutchinson fight.
Yeah.
Malik Scott wrote something beautiful afterwards about your commitment to the game, about you as a person, the levels that you've gone up in such a short period of time. How are you? How's things been since that first defeat of your career?
I'm good, man. I'm good.
Good. That's all we wanted to hear.
I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying the process, and I'm enjoying doing what I love. You know, I had my first defeat. It doesn't define me, and now I can't wait to get back to just do what I need to do with new fuel for the fire. You know.
Well, you had a couple of fights in quite quick succession then, didn't you? There wasn't a lot of break in between your previous fight and the Willie Hutchinson break. Do you think you might have gone into that a little bit too soon? What's your thoughts reflecting on that?
I could say so, but you know, I could make all types of excuses and factors on you know, performances and all that other stuff, but I want to be busy. I feel like every fighter wants to be active. You'd rather be active than inactive, and if I would do anything different, I wouldn't. You know, I learned a lot, training hard.
No regrets, isn't it?
No regrets, man. We don't have no regrets. We only have now, you know, and I just put in the work, and then my opportunities are still here. I'm back, you know what I'm saying? I'm back training, feeling good, and I'm looking forward to when I'm next out.
And I'll tell you what you have done is, people knew who you were in the boxing fraternity anyway, but what's happened over the last maybe 12 months is the fight, that fight of Willie Hutchinson, the fights previously, really put your face out there. It really put your name out there. Like, you've become one of those names and faces of your boxing now.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to be seeing quite a lot more of you. Have you got any idea of when you'd like to be back out, and what sort of level that you'd like to be going back in at? I mean, are we going to say a warm-up fight before we go back into a big one? What's the kind of thoughts and feelings around the team?
Well, you know what? I didn't mind a warm-up fight. I just don't mind a fight in general, but the higher-ups have told me that I'm a championship fighter, and that's where I'm at, and that's where I'm going to be entering back in the ring at as well. So I want to be mixing it with the best. I feel like I'm still the best, and I've got a lot to prove. I haven't done a lot in amateur. I'm gaining all of my work experience on the job right now, you know. So yeah, I want my trajectory to keep on pushing, keep on getting higher. I want to challenge myself. I could be sitting around and be a 20-0 fighter or fight 20 no ones. I ain't got time for that, man. I want to be the best in the world, and there's only one way to do that.
And you know, we're here at York Hall this evening. You've been on some magnificent cards, some really, really big, high-profile cards. 10, 15,000 people in there. But also, at the start of your career, you fought in venues like this. You know what it's like the hard way.
I do.
For people listening at home, how important is it for fighters to do this part before they get to that stuff up there?
It's so important, man, because you know you can think of the famous analogy of you can't run before you walk, and this is really walking in the heat. When it's hot, it's super hot in here. When it's cold, it's super cold in here. But this is what, in my eyes, replicates amateur boxing in the best way. You know, it's thriving in here. I don't know how many people are in there, but it feels like there's thousands of people in there. You know, York Hall is a whole different ball game. WBM, Box Nation, they put on great shows here as well. I fought on one here as well. I got a stoppage in the second round in that corner.
One of your pro fights?
Yeah, one of my pro fights. So, and would I do it again? I would, man, absolutely. You know, I'm a fighter and I love doing what I do, but also the people around here, the whole team, that's what makes boxing alive, you know?
Do you think that nights like the night you had in here in York Hall and those kind of small hall shows played a big part in the fighter that you became?
Yeah, 100%, because again, you want to progress in stages, you know, and if you've been here, that means you can go somewhere a bit bigger, and then somewhere a bit bigger, and then, you know, when I fought at the O2, I'm so grateful. I fought at the Motor Point Arena, I'm so grateful. That's a big arena for someone from Nottingham. And it didn't feel like nothing different to this, you know, because I've been here. I feel like it, you know. So I feel like it's very important. It's pivotal, especially for a British fighter as well. I feel like everyone needs to do the circuit in the York Hall.
That's the way to do it. Well, the action is about to continue, so please don't go anywhere. because Mark Burdiss is ready to announce our next fighters.
Thank you, mate. No, I appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the ring from Blackburn, Lancashire, Naeem Ali.
Well, here is one of the most active, busy and well-travelled away corner fighters on the circuit. Blackburn's Naeem Ali, in his 159 bouts, 95% of the people who have been in there with him haven't been able to get him out of there. He is one tough man, and he knows his way around that ring like the back of his hands.
And please welcome into the ring from Herne Bay, Kent, Freddie Kettering.
Well, the noise has gone up a notch in here, and that is because the Herne Bay Massive have come out in force. This is Freddie Kettering, a player for the club, a massive supporter of the club, and my goodness, are they returning the favour? He made his debut here not that long ago against Dale Aerosmith. They turned out in their numbers then. They've turned out in their numbers here this evening. This is what your call's all about, Ezra.
It's all about that, and you know what? Kettering's done it right. He's got the sax man playing, he's walking, he's got the roof raising for him. I'm looking forward to this one.
Our next bout this evening is for 3-minute rounds in the super welterweight division. Firstly, fighting out of the red corner, having his 160th contest this evening, weighing in at 152 pounds, 9 ounces. And tonight he wears the black and silver shorts. Please welcome from Blackburn, Lancashire, Naeem Ali. And across the ring in the blue corner, with an unbeaten 2 wins from 2, weighing in 151 pounds, 9 ounces. And tonight he wears the yellow and black shorts. Please welcome from Herne Bay, Kent, Freddie Kettering. Your referee, Amy Pooh, will now give her final instructions.
Boxers, listen to my instructions at all times. Watch your heads, no low blows. When I say break, step back. Protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, 4 3-minute rounds.
Well, there's something a little bit nostalgic about this York Hall this evening. It's boiling hot. The Box Nation logos sit on the corners of the rings. And the noise is just like what it used to be coming through the television. In the yellow shorts from Herne Bay is Freddie Kettering. And in the black shorts with the white boots from Blackburn is Naeem Ali. Ketteringham straight out on the front foot, trying to get his hands going with those straight punches. But let me tell you, he's got one of the most experienced journeyman away corner fighters on the circuit in front of him, who has boxed hundreds of rounds.
And you can see Ali is tucked up very nicely, but Ketteringham's doing a good job, you know, keeping his range, working the jab, working the straight shots. He's even doing little feints here and there, but Ali's really tucked in. You can see that he's very seasoned and he knows his way around the ring.
Ali also had a decent amateur career. Don't think he's got a load of defeats on there because he's not any good. He's a marvellous boxer. He's got a role to play here, and that is to be a puzzle to be solved for Freddie Ketteringham. And Ketteringham really has brought a few minibuses with him from Kent. They love an outing, especially one to London. His last one was at the Electric Ballroom in Camden. And here he is again on the same venue where that professional debut took place. The musical instruments have also made an appearance, Ezra. We've had a saxophone, we've got some drums behind us. It's almost like we're in America at the World Cup.
Tell me about it. He's got it all going off. You know, he's got the roof raising for him as well. And I must say, I like the yellow outfit he's got going on with him and his shorts and his team. He looks like he's one to look out for sure.
Doing all the right things to try and stand out. And laser focused.
With an opponent like Ali, it's probably hard to, you know, do what you need to do, but everything he's doing right now is perfect, you know.
But there was a moment where we felt that Naeem Ali might come through the ring then. But you're absolutely bang on the money, Ezra. With an opponent like Ali, it's almost quite hard to look good, actually, because it'd be amazing at making you look terrible by
100%.
Doing things like that.
Just like that. But again, good reply from Kettering. I like the way he's boxing. Remember, this is only round 1. You think this is probably round 3 or 4.
Well, this one scheduled for 4 in the super welterweight division. 10 seconds left of the opening round as Ketteringham just sinks in. A right hook to the body, dug his toes into the canvas for that one.
He did, and he got very close to us, and we could hear the thud in the shots as well.
But a good high tempo opening round.
Very much so. You know, if this carries on like this, it's a well good run out for Ali, I guess. And Kettering, he's looking very good. He's looking very, very good in front of an opponent that can make you look opposite of that, you know. So he's doing very good, and I feel like his team's probably just telling him to keep putting on the pressure, putting the shots together, and enjoy it, you know. He should enjoy it. He's got his team here. He's got all of his fans here. He's got the saxophones. You know, what's not to like about him?
All the ingredients are there. If you're just joining us, welcome along to Your Call. You're joined by myself, Darren Rees, and Ezra Taylor. Had a couple of good fights so far, and the atmosphere has gone up a notch or two for this young man, Freddie Ketteringham, in his 3rd professional outing, as he just gets off of his stool in the blue corner, and a big deep breath through his nose, looks round and gets ready to go again. Naeem Ali has done this so many times before. This is round 162 for him.
He's very, very experienced, and sometimes, you know, I just wonder, what if Ali was to, you know, put it on him and see what he had, you know, because some of these journeymen, they're very, very pivotal for certain careers. You know, you need them there, but sometimes I always wonder, what if, you know, just what if they came to fight?
I do wonder that sometimes, because they play a particular part and will be defensively excellent and give you little bits and pieces to work out in the process. But what happens if they really put their foot on the gas and go for it?
Exactly, but I'll be honest, Ketteringham's looking diamond right now. He's throwing shots, he's going in and out, combinations, left, right hooks. You know, he's keeping the range, he's boxing beautifully.
The support that he's got is just brilliant. It's not that often that you get somebody who can bring not only or sell a lot of tickets, but also bring the energy which comes with it. Oh, he landed a straight right to the body, but Hawley was there to let him know that he ain't no mug. He ain't just going to roll over and let him have his own way. And if he's got his hands low, he's going to make sure that he's aware of it. There's that right uppercut, left hook from Ketteringham.
I just feel like it's easier said than done. I feel like Ketteringham just probably needs to just expose his, exploit the guard a little bit more. Maybe even pull the guard down, feint a little bit, because throwing all these shots on Ali's tight guard, it can become a daunting task after a while,
Well, Ali will switch it up. It'll be a tight guard, then he'll go nice and low with his hands. He'll invite Ketteringham in. He landed a shot there and gave a little bit of a face and changed his body language. Almost looked like wind Ketteringham up a little bit. It's not just about the practical little bits and pieces that he will do. It'll be about the psychological things he will do as well. He'll try to break his shell in every way, shape and form.
He did, and it seems like he's coming out his shell a little bit, Ali. He did catch him with the left hook, but that's also a reminder for Ketteringham to just be switched on. No matter how complacent this fight feels, he needs to remember that, he's in a fight and anything could change at any point.
Twisting and turning, and Ketteringham got his man on the ropes, and what a character Naeem Ali is, and he just steps back and stamps his feet on the canvas. And that was a solid round. What do you think he needs to do a little bit more of, though, Ezra?
I feel like Ketteringham just needs to stay on his game, keep in the range, don't get called in or even brought into Ali's tricks and tactics right now. You're throwing some shots and moving around, showboating a little bit, and I feel like Ketteringham's kind of playing to it. He doesn't need to. He looks like he's a very skillful boxer that can just stay on his skills and just keep picking him apart. He's got 2 more rounds to go, and I feel like you don't want someone like Ali to start getting confidence and you start throwing unorthodox shots that you can get caught with.
And we've seen little glimpses of Naeem Ali just kind of making Freddie Ketteringham aware of what his ability levels are, and he is the first one off the stall.
Corners, 10 seconds.
And he kind of just looks over the shoulder of Ketteringham's corner man and smiles at him across the ring.
Round 3.
He is a bit of a showman himself as we go into the penultimate round. A reminder, this one scheduled for 4 in the super welterweight division. Ketteringham straight back out in those bright yellow shorts, sinks the right hand into the body. Naeem Ali soaks it up and will wait for his moment and will go again. And the referee just having a word about not using the forearm.
One thing I do like about Ketteringham, he does put his combinations together. That left-right hook is great. I've seen him throw it to the body, throw it to the head, and he lands. It's a good combination to throw, and he's getting success with it.
Hawley switching stances there, trying to give Ketteringham yet another thing to think about. Oh, a big swinging left hook there from Ali.
Perfect angle that Ketteringham just created there. He threw the hook and just turned him back on to Ali, back on the ropes, and that's where you should just keep him, just like that, keeping the range out, working the jabs, working the feints, and just keeping him there.
Well, let's see if he can do a little bit of that. Hawley speaking to him in there, almost having a full-on conversation.
Looks like he's coaching him a little bit.
And that is sometimes one of the things that you see, isn't it, with these away corner fighters, is they do a little bit of coaching.
They do, and they've seen nearly all of it. So if you are getting a bit of advice from them, it's not the worst thing to not take it, Well,
Ketteringham, at the moment that a referee breaks him up, cannot wait to get straight back to it. He wants to put a show on for his people, but he got caught with a shot there. It was a jab as Naeem Ali switched stance from southpaw to orthodox and snapped his head back.
I feel like Ketteringham's getting a bit too hasty now. I think he's probably getting a little bit frustrated as how Ali's making this messy and uncomfortable for him. I feel like he's falling in a bit too much. Getting caught with silly shots like that, you'll end up regretting.
And the other thing, Ezra, is that Freddie Ketchingham, the style which he's fighting in, and the type of fight that this is, it's hard work, isn't it?
It's hard work.
Really hard work.
It's really hard work, man. But you know what? Kettering is he keeps putting on the pressure. He's still there. He's still game. You know, he's finding the answers. It's something that, you know, you got to commend him for. You know, that's heart and the spirit of a fighter in his early career.
Last 20 seconds to go in this round, and Naeem Ali doing a little bit of showboating, looking out to the supporters of Freddie Ketchingham, almost just winding them up a little bit. It's all part of the game. It's all part of the mind games. He knows exactly what he's doing. Ketchingham trying to find some sort of entrance in, as the two of them look like they're on Strictly Come Dancing.
I would have gave that one a 9 out of 10.
Get that man on the judging panel. But you know what? You can really see the experience in Naeem Ali, because he switches it on when he wants to, doesn't he?
He really does. And you know what? Like I said, going back to what we were saying, he's showing glimpses of how he can be dangerous, how he can be awkward, and you know, he could do something. He could do something at some point, but not right now. I feel like Kettering's under control. Last round, you know, I feel like he's been doing enough to win the rounds. He's been getting caught with certain shots that I feel like he didn't need to be, but overall, he's boxed in a good way.
Well said, that man. Couldn't agree more. And fair play to Ketchingham, who takes an experienced man like Ali in just his third fight, and he's bringing the fight to him, letting his hands go. That's what it's all about.
Fourth and final round.
Well, can Freddie Ketchingham be the 10th man in 160 odd fights to get Naeem Ali out of there? He's certainly got a job on his hands to do so, but he's most certainly giving it his best shot.
He is, and you know, that's something that you can just be happy about, because these journeymen, they're built out of something similar to granite, I'm telling you. And like I said, the experience, it means a lot in the ring, especially the way Ali is so relaxed. He's moving around, he's making it awkward. It's hard to navigate in front of something like that.
As we said in the opening round, these types of fighters can make good fighters look ordinary, and they can make ordinary fighters look absolutely dreadful, because they're brilliant at doing that. Naeem Ali just pulls his gum shield out to say something to the corner of Freddie Ketchingham. He's really turned it all on this evening.
He really has.
We love a character.
We do, and it looks like he's enjoying it as well, you know. I'll be honest, these away fighters, and you know, the ones that are picked to lose, they go in there and they just make it a little bit boring, but he's making it entertaining, you know. The fans are getting what they paid for, that's for sure.
The corner of Ketchingham frustrated by the delay of Ali having to get his shorts pulled up so they can get back to business. They probably feel like his man was having a bit of success. Good work with the feet there from Ketchingham. Got himself out of the danger zone. He's straight back in a 1-2 and left hook to the body, as Ali showboats on the ropes again.
He's making it difficult for Kettering to get inside. But Kettering keeps coming like a bull in a china shop, and I like it. You know, it's the last round. He's trying to prove his mark. And that was a great right hand.
A big swinging right hand there from Ketchingham. And Ali sticks his chin out to let him have another go, and then turns to us at ringside and sticks his tongue out. Ezra said earlier on that he's enjoying himself, and I think that's become clear more and more as the rounds have gone by.
For sure, yeah, he's finding his groove, he's finding his flow. But I'll be honest, Kettering, he's kept the same pace from round 1 to round 4. And it's looking good for him overall, you know. He's still trying to figure out things. He hasn't lost, you know, the oomph. Even though he's getting caught with certain shots, as you can see, he goes straight back to it.
A little clip of the chin there from Ali with a left hook, and then he switches stance again in the southpaw stance. Ketchingham has got him on the ropes, but how long can he keep him there for? Not very long, because Ali straight back with a 1-2 lead uppercut of his own and makes him miss as we go into the last 20 seconds of this 4-round contest. We've had the horns, we've had the drums, saxophones, and it looks like Freddie Ketchingham will be hearing them in full volume because I imagine he'll get the nod here from the scoring referee. And Hawley finishes the fight with a big haymaker of a left hook.
It looks like he's about to start throwing a bit more than that. I think the emotions got that best of them there, but hey, that was a great 4 rounds. I enjoyed it, that's for sure.
It was entertaining from the ring walk all the way through to the final bell. And it will be a night that Freddie Ketteringham will not forget, not only because of the people who have come out to support him, or because of the ring walk and the noise which the Herne Bay Massive have come out and given him, but because of the opponent who is in front of him. Somebody who's been in the ring with so many great fighters over the years, from Henry Turner to Zach Miller to Sam Noakes and many others, and he will continue to do so, being a difficult part of the puzzle to process.
Ladies and gentlemen, your referee scores the contest 39 points to 37. The winner in the blue corner from Herne Bay, Kent, Freddie Ketteringham. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for the gallant Naeem Ali.
Well, there you go, well done to Freddie Ketteringham. And as Mark Burtis said, a round of applause for Naeem Ali, who put on a sterling performance, and it really is just another night at the office for somebody like him. And they play such a vital part in this sport. And Ketteringham now just posing with his team in the centre of the York Hall ring for pictures that he'll look back on in many years to come. And remember, hopefully for him, one of many great nights, Ezra.
100%. He deserved that, man. It was a good night overall. You know, you can see his fans and his family and his friends is going crazy, man. And I know how that feeling is, and it's amazing. So he should just relish this moment, you know, because it's only going to get a bit harder. But he did what he needed to do tonight. You should be proud of it.
Oh, he absolutely should. And I tell you what, Imogen, our ringside reporter, is going to have a work cut out here, because I don't know how she's going to hear herself with all of these different fans who are going to be by his side in a moment. But he's just taken his seat at ringside and he's with Imogen. So over to her.
What an incredible performance. What a crowd. How are you feeling? What emotions are you going through at the minute?
It's a tough battle. We could have done a bit better, but it is what it is, isn't it? This fight is in memory of one of my double good mates' nephews. Got killed by a knife. Only 19-year-old. That knife crime needs to stop. It's no good. Heal the own baby, family. So this fight was dedicated to him. God bless Ashton, Hamilton.
And is there anyone here in particular that you want to thank?
I want to thank Danny, my coach, Nick from Marina Video, Sonny, Alfie, everyone who's come out to watch and support, all my sponsors, everyone. Just want to thank everyone.
Congratulations, Freddie, well done.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first of 3 title fights. This is the Commonwealth International Welterweight title. Please welcome into the ring from Sussex, Joseph Bad Boy Butler!
All right then.
Card of Ryan Garner versus Reece Bellotti when he had a tough and difficult Mexican in front of him, and he looked very good and cruised to victory, a points victory, did plenty well, and saw him earlier on this evening and he was raring to go.
And please welcome into the ring from Sutton, Surrey, Dean Mean Machine Gardner!
And here is the man who will be in the opposite corner, Mean Dean Gardner, 29 years old, a former Southern Area title challenger and a high volume puncher. He says, I'd rather out punch you than out defense you any day of the week. He's got Philippine heritage, which he's extremely proud of, and says he fights like many of the Filipino great fighters.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next bout this evening is 10 3-minute rounds for the Commonwealth International Welterweight title. Your officials have been appointed by the Commonwealth Boxing Council. Your supervisor for the Commonwealth Boxing Council is Debbie Downs. Your timekeeper at the bell is Brett Bowles. And when the action begins, your scoring referee in charge is Sean McAvoy. Firstly, fighting out of the red corner, unbeaten with 7 wins, weighing in 139 pounds 4 ounces, and tonight he wears the black and pink shorts. Please welcome from Sussex, Joseph Bad Boy Butler! And across the ring in the blue corner, with 12 wins, 3 by way of knockout and 2 losses, weighing in 140 pounds, and tonight he wears the white and black shorts. Please welcome from Sutton, Surrey, Dean the Mean Machine Gardner! Your referee, Sean McAvoy, will call both boxers and give his final instructions.
Okay, last 10 round contest. Keep it clean all time, keep yourself protected all time. Touch gloves, here we go. Good luck, lads.
Ladies and gentlemen, 10 threes for the Commonwealth International Welterweight title.
Seconds out.
Well, here we go then. 10 3-minute rounds in the super lightweight division for the Commonwealth International title. In the pink and black shorts is Joseph Bad Boy Butler out of Sussex, in there against Mean Dean Gardner of Sutton in South London.
And as you can see already, Butler's got the southpaw stance. He looks very relaxed in comparison to Gardner. You know, Gardner's moving to his left, which is normally taught, but with a southpaw, he's relaxed. He's going to be countering, so he's got to be careful for that.
But Butler has said, we're speaking to some of his team earlier on, said that he'd done 5 camps before he actually ended up having a contest. 5 times he got ready for a fight to fall through, which happened at all sorts of different time periods. So he's actually more naturally a lightweight, but he's come up to super lightweight. to take the opportunity, and what a good opportunity it is for him here in a very warm and electric York Hall.
Very much so, and this fight already looks like it's going to be one for the history books, because Butler's looking very sharp. I'll be honest, he's countering, he's very impressive for the first round. The Gardner's getting stuck in there as well, which is it's good. It's good from both boxers right now, you know, trying to find the tempo.
I said in the ring walk of Mean Dean Gardner that he sees himself as a volume puncher and he'd rather out-punch you than out anything else. But will he be able to do that with a skilled operator like Joseph Butler, who nullifies the attacks with that southpaw jab of his? He's good with his feet. He's a bit flashy. That was a nice lead hook from a southpaw stance.
Very nice.
He's already having a good time in there.
Very, very nice flurry right there. You know, he's very relaxed. You know, but Gardner's probably just edging, and it's good to have volume, but you just also got to be very calculated with it as well, because Butler looks like a sharp shooter, as you can see. He's always coming back. Gardner throws 1 or 2. Butler comes back at least with a minimum of 1, and then, as we've seen with the flurry, it could cause Gardner some problems.
I'll tell you the other thing, Ezra, is we've got a good tempo here in the opening round. This one, as a reminder, is scheduled for 10. Can they keep going at this kind of pace? And we know that people start making mistakes when fatigue sets in, so it could be a bit of a survival of the fittest, right?
Yeah, really, it really would be. And you know what? This is the sweet science, and it's a beautiful game to enjoy and watch, because look, this is the first round and these guys are giving it all. You'd think they're fighting for the Commonwealth International.
Nice, good work there from Butler. Just steps back in the southpaw stance, pings her straight left down. Gardner is doing a good job of exactly what he says he does, which is comes forward. He is a pressure fighter. And speaking to one of the team in Joseph Butler's corner earlier on, he said, I said, are you confident that you can win this? And he said, as long as Joseph does exactly what he's meant to do, he should be absolutely fine. And I think what he's getting at with that is, when you've got a lively, warm crowd in there, and you land a good shot and the noise goes up, sometimes the game plan can go out the window, can't it?
Goes out the window quite quick, to be honest, believe it or not. But from what I'm seeing from Butler, he's doing everything he needs to do right now. That was a close round. It was a close round. I probably would have edged it myself to Butler just because of the cleaner shots, but this is it's got the makings for a great 10 rounds if we get to that stage.
Well, talking about if we
10 seconds.
Get to that stage, he's only been out the ring for 3 months as Dean Gardner, but
round 2.
He classed himself as a bit of a gym rat, and he says it doesn't matter how long he's been out of the gym because he lives inside of it constantly, and he's always super fit. He says, I've been late for everything in my life. I was late for school, I was late for work. I am never late to the gym. So he takes the game unbelievably seriously. And the proof will be in the pudding.
It will. And it's showing from earlier on in this fight as well. You know, like I said, that was an electrifying round 1. Round 2's kind of kicked off the same as well. And they look like they're both in tip-top shape, I'll be honest. They're very sharp. Very elusive as well, definitely Butler. But Gardner, I'm impressed with how, you know, he's maintaining the pressure at all times.
Be interesting to see how Butler deals with this pressure from Gardner, who's really having a go there. Nice tight guard and stuck his chin down, gloves up and putting the pressure on. Good work there from Butler. 1-2, lead hook straight over the top. The left hand of Gardner is quite low, which doesn't really add up nicely when it comes with what we've seen so far from Butler, who seems to have a wicked lead hook.
He does, and you know what I do like about Butler? He throws a sneaky counter uppercut to the body when Gardner comes in. And I like how he replies with 2s and 3s as well. I like how Gardner's is keeping him under pressure, keeping him on that back foot, you know. As you can see, look, getting close to him and just letting his shots land anywhere, you know. But again, that sneaky body shot from Butler, Gardner does need to be aware of.
I wonder if a couple of those shots from Gardner got through there, because the facial expressions of Butler just changed ever so slightly. He wasn't the normal smiling assassin, which he has been in the opening part of this fight, especially in the opening round. Gardner's taken a 3 or 4 minutes to get into his groove, just fit in. And that was a beautiful shot there from Joseph Butler. But Gardner's shook it off and is getting straight back to business again as Butler pushes him off. And you said it, Ezra, this has already got the recipe, or the ingredients, to give us a recipe of one of those York Hall classic nights.
Definitely a York Hall classic right here. That's what we're watching, that's what we're experiencing. As you can see, Gardner's putting everything into it. Butler, he's hanging on, he's even got blood trickling from his nose, but it's the stuff that the fans and us, we like to see from ringside. But they are really putting it all on the line right now, and it's a beautiful thing to watch.
Both of these smiling at each other, both loving the type of fight which they're in. And the body shots which Gardner is throwing seem to be having a bit of success for him. Dropping the head and dropping the knees of Joseph Butler. And there goes the 10-second clapper to symbolise the last few seconds of this round. Oh, beautiful shot to end it there from Dean Gardner. He looks like he's grown in confidence in that round from like here to here, quite a lot.
Really has, he really has. And you know, if it's anything to go by, the next round will be amazing as well. You know, Gardner's coming out. I think he's starting to figure out what he's got in front of him at the moment as well, because Butler, he poses some tricky questions. He really does. You know, he's southpaw, he's relaxed, he comes back with counter shots. But Gardner, I feel like if he just keeps sustaining that pressure, he'll be able to get to him. Just like how we've seen him, you know, those spurts of that round when he had him on the rope and he was letting his hands go, getting to the body. Like you said, you didn't see Butler smiling like as he was throughout the early rounds of the fight. But it's a great fight right now. I'm really enjoying it. I'm looking forward to round 3.
It's been entertaining from the very first bell. Dean Gardner jumps off of his stool.
Round 3.
And Butler straight back out. Double jab, straight left hand from that southpaw stance.
Good way to kick off the round.
Gardner just doing everything he can to try and cut the ring off. Nice straight shot there from Joseph Butler. Just rattled the head ever so slightly, then moves off, changes direction, changing the angle, trying to keep his man guessing. And he gets caught there. And Butler does find himself on the canvas and looks to his corner to give him a bit of a nod to let him know that he's okay. And the corner team of Gardner are telling him to put his foot on the gas and really go for it. And Butler needs to either fight back or grab hold of his man and catch his breath. But Gardner got his man on the ropes, but can he keep him there for a prolonged period of time? He's adept when he gets him on the ropes. Butler comes back with another uppercut, but he's on the canvas for the second time in a round.
6, 7, 8.
The look in Gardner's eyes looks like he's going to try and shut it out right now, and it makes sense for him to do so as well.
And it looks like Gardner could get his man out of it. He just lunges forward, and the crowds on the left-hand side of the York Hall balcony are on their feet, screaming and shouting for their man. Can Butler fight back? Can he find something from somewhere? There's a big body shot from him.
Good body shot from Butler. He's fighting on right now. He's taking deep breaths. He's having to dig deep. Gardner's having to dig deep as well to try and get this finish.
And blood trickles down the right eye of Joseph Butler. Dean Gardner stalking his man, just trying to get the space to work, and Butler doing the right thing in terms of holding the fight up, because he needs to find something to try and survive, but he could be on the canvas for a third time, and the referee is having a good look here.
Heart of a lion, both of these guys right now. They're putting it all in, as you can see. Butler's not going out easy, I tell you that, that's for sure.
Beautiful, straight left hand down the middle from Butler.
Beautiful.
As Ezra Taylor, who with me at ringside, said he's not going out easy. And there's the uppercut. But his legs look heavy, and it looks like one big right hand could finish the job here for Dean Gardner.
I feel like Butler just needs to stay away from the ropes. He gets into that position where he sits on the ropes and allows Gardner to start teeing off on him. And that's where he doesn't want to be. That's how the 2 knockdowns came.
And he's at big shots from the man from Sutton in South London. And could that 10-second clapper have come for a better time for Joseph Butler, who was on the canvas twice in this round? And my goodness, what about that for timing, Ezra Taylor?
What a third round, that was amazing, that was incredible. I really can't see this going to 10 rounds, but if we do, we're going to be in for a phenomenal fight. Honestly, these guys are putting it all on the line. Gardner, like you said, he's growing in confidence. He looks like he's just grown again, a couple more inches. Round 4 is going to be amazing. Butler, he needs to do I'll probably say a rethink of a strategy right now, because Gardner's making it messy. He's stepping on him, he's just walking by anything that Butler's putting in front of him. And that's a dangerous place to be, especially on the ropes. Gardner starts to get his confidence, he starts letting his hands go. And you know, it could be an early night if he does that again.
Well, absolute hats off to Joseph Butler. Twice to get himself off the canvas and landed some good shots there. But like you said, Ezra,
10 seconds.
Dean Gardner, he could well get his man out of here.
Seconds out, round 4.
Round 4 of 10. There is a long time to go, but many times I've felt that we may not hear the final bell when we do. These are two tough men, and Butler just trying to find something to the body under the right elbow of the man from Sutton. And I think the message has been to work and move for Butler.
Exactly that. I was about to touch on that. It looks like he's countering, he's moving, as you can see. Look, Butler's throwing a shot and then he's off. He's moving. And that's a great strategy right now, great strategy. It looks like Gardner's struggling, but you see, this is where Gardner's at his best. When he's getting him on the rope and he's letting his hands go, it's hard to stop.
Gardner got him, or had him on the ropes, and Butler just tries to push him out into the centre of the ring and lands a nice straight left hand of his own, tries to follow it up with a lead hook, but Gardner bites down on his gum shield, putting the pressure on over and over again. The type of pressure fighter that he is, digs in with a right hook to the body, sticks his toes into the canvas, misses with that one. It was inches, millimetres away even from landing right on the whiskers as the referee breaks them up once again. It's a good return of shots there from Joseph Butler.
It looks like Gardner's probably just steadied the pace a little bit. You know, it was an intense pace to keep it up on, but Butler right now, he's boxing to his ability. He's going back to his counter, he's throwing shots, he's moving. He's doing very well, especially from the round he just came from as well. He had a torrid time in there, and he's getting the steer of the ship.
Butler still coming back with venom, so Gardner needs to be wary of that. He needs to have his wits about him at all times. And Joseph Butler just grabbing hold of Gardner, trying to slow the pace of the fight, trying to pull him into the type of fight that he wants to box. But Gardner has got one mode, and that is forward and keep coming. Another good shot to the body as Butler looked like he winced. He got caught with something which knocked the air out of him.
Well, Gardner's still on the front foot, still working. As you can see, this is where Butler doesn't want to be. He doesn't want to be there. He probably thinks that he's safe there, but these shots that's getting through, the body shots, the shots in the arm, you start taking it, and to weather the storm, you have to be built out of something different, you know.
Can Joseph Butler weather the storm for a very, very long period of what's left in this? Can he get himself back into the fight? He smiles, digs in with a left hand to the body, but Gardner seems to come back every single time that something lands. He gets himself back into action, focused, and walks forward. That one was a swing and a miss. He would have exerted some energy, would have Joseph Butler throwing that left hand as he finds himself in the canvas again, but throws a really good left hook as he goes back and gets caught again. Twice, 3 times on the ropes just above our commentary position here at ringside. As we go into the last few seconds of this round. What a round.
What a round. Just like the last one, and probably just like the next as well. You know, it looks like Gardner probably steadied the pace a little bit, but Butler, he picked it up. He was throwing shots, he was moving. Got caught on the ropes a couple of times, but it didn't look like he was in too much trouble. But I can't see how this goes to 10 rounds, honestly, I really can't. You know, they're both putting in 110% in each and every round. They're leaving it all in the ring. They're both going to have no regrets tomorrow, no matter what happens or whatever outcome this gets to get to. But all I can say is it's an exciting time for the fight fans in York Hall.
Just looking round the balcony here at York Hall. During the fight, people were engrossed, completely transfixed by the action inside the ring.
10 seconds.
Is that minute's rest in between that round in particular
Seconds out, round 5.
going to be enough for Joseph Butler? Can he get a second wind?
One thing I do like about Butler, when these rounds start off, he's the first to get in there and throw a shot. Lets his hands go straight away to dictate the tempo of the round, I believe.
You're right, every round he started by being the first to land, first to throw. But he is the man on the back foot. How long can he sustain the pressure from Gardner in this round? Will we even make the halfway point by the time that this round ends? Gardner trying to cut the ring off in the best way that he possibly can. This is exactly the same position in the ring where he got Joseph Butler to the canvas twice before. Can he do it a third time? And a straight left down is coming back over and over again as Butler gets caught with 3 or 4 hooks to the head, and then Gardner switches it downstairs. Oh, great shot there from Butler. Pinged off of his back foot with a left hand and snapped the head back of Gardner, and the sweat bounced off his head and glimmered in the brightness of the lights.
It's great because both boxers are having great succession. You know, Gardner's getting in and he's letting his hands go, as you can see, and he's able to land the shots clean. But then Butler, as you can see, he throws shots, he's got his counters, his pop shots are working, and he's keeping Gardner off as well.
How long can he keep him off for?
That's the real question.
Halfway. Quite literally.
And as you can see, it's a little bit of a telltale sign when you see a boxer, you know, initiating the clinch like that. You know, maybe the boxer's getting a bit too much to him and he just clinches. And that's a smart skill as well. That's also part of fighting.
The Gardner just lowers his body positioning again, leans his body weight in on Joseph Butler once again, who again exerts more energy by trying to push him off. And I guess that is a bit of a game plan when it comes to Gardner. It's about exhausting his man as much as he can, because the more tired he is, the less defensively sound that he will be.
And you can see, you know, both of them throwing great body shots, but Butler seems like he's wincing when he's on the ropes and he's taking the body shots from Gardner. You know, Gardner's also receiving his fair share too. But as you can see, he's not taking the foot off the gas and he's just stepping forward and he's putting it on his man.
Just a moment ago, Butler landed a nice 1-2 left hook, and then he could have thrown some more, but he deliberately got himself some space and he looked to his team almost for a bit of a nod of approval. And that was a great big shot there from Butler, who connected straight on the chin of Gardner, and these two are going toe to toe as we go into the last 10 seconds of the round. And both of them will want to finish this round in the strongest possible way they can. And for me, Ezra, that was still a Dean Gardner round, but Butler got himself back into it that round.
He did.
In a better way than he did before.
You know what's crazy? I probably would have gave that to Butler just a little bit. Probably towards the end of the second half of that round, it would have been Gardner's. Gardner started to get back with his body shots, his perfect flurries. But I'll be honest, it's still a hard fight to call. You know, they're both really having great succession, great pockets of showmanship. You know, they're working, they're both putting in work. I don't know who to call right now. I'm enjoying it.
It's one of those fights, sometimes it's hard to commentate on it because you're just so absorbed by the action.
I'm so in there right now, man. I'm really in there. Don't be surprised if I jump in there myself.
10 seconds.
You're a bit heavy for these boys.
Oh, sorry, man. You burst my bubble.
Seconds out, round 6.
Well, we are over the halfway mark. And again, as Ezra pointed out, Butler is the first to land in the opening part of every single round. He does it again with that straight left hand of his, lunges forward with another big hook and then follows it up with another straight hand. Is he starting to find the gaps? Is he starting to find the things which work for him? It looked like it as we went into the end of the previous rounds. He always starts the rounds quite strong, actually, and I think fatigue starts to set in a little bit as the round goes by.
It does, and as a fighter, going back onto the ropes, it's a bit of insurance, and you know, I feel safe here, but you're not ever safe when you're on them ropes. And especially with someone like Gardner in front and he's throwing all sorts in the kitchen sink, as you can see. it'll start getting to you. You know, I feel like the best thing that Butler can do is probably walk that he's doing right now, let off put little pop shots like that, and just keep it moving, keep walking. Gardner needs to keep putting on that pressure like he has been doing and making it uncomfortable for Butler.
But this is much better work on the back foot from Joseph Butler. Gardner doing exactly the same as he did in the previous round and the round before that, and you guessed it, the round before that. Landed another good shot to the body, just above the corner team of Joseph Butler in the red corner, who kind of wilted over as he got caught with a right hook to the solar plex, but he's taken a deep breath and he's back in the mix. And again, Butler finds himself in the corner. He needs to get himself out of there. And that's a nice lead hook of his, but he gets stung with a jab straight afterwards. And that one was a little bit low. And the referee will give Dean Gardner a moment to just catch his breath.
I don't think it was intentional. You know, these two look like they have massive amounts of respect for each other. But this is what happens when you start, you know, throwing all sorts of shots and you're just trying to get to your man in the best way possible.
The solid shots here from Gardner. And Butler looking exhausted. He's kind of swinging away more and more as these rounds go by, and he's been caught with 3 or 4 hooks there because his hands are just too low, whether he's too tired to get him up or move his head in the right place at the right time.
You can tell by Butler's facial expressions that this pressure is starting to slowly get to him, you know, but he's still fighting, he's still letting his hands go. You wouldn't think of anything different if you didn't see the facial expression, sorry. Good shots from Butler.
Good response from Butler. He's still in there. The legs do look tired. The body looks tired as Gardner puts all 140 plus pounds on him and tries to wear him out. But there's the sound. But this round is nearly over once again. And I'll tell you what, Ezra, this may well be one of those fights that goes to the final bell and you think, how on earth did we get there?
How did we get here? That's for sure. That's the question I'll be asking myself for the next couple of weeks. This is an amazing fight. They're putting everything on the line, and it's a fight that you want to see, especially at your call, you know. WBM, they always put on the greatest shows here, man. It's really thriving, it's hot. I know the boxers are feeling it as well, and they're fighting like they're on fire anyway.
A few years ago, I spoke to Frank Warren about York Court. I was making a documentary about this place, and he described it in the best possible way. He says York Hall is a bubbling cauldron, and when you look at that balcony up the top and you feel the heat from where we are, we feel like we're right at the bottom of the pot, don't we?
Yeah, exactly that, cooking. That's exactly what it is, and that's what these fighters are doing right now. They're cooking, they're getting dirty, and you know what? I feel like this is a York Hall special. You know, you wouldn't really want to watch this anywhere else other than being at York Hall.
Well said, that man. Well, here we go, round 7 of 10. I can't quite believe we got here, actually, after Butler found himself in the canvas twice in quick concession. And the hands are low, but he is firing back. And gets caught, does Gardner there. They were really beautiful shots from Butler.
Very nice and clean and precise. You know, with Gardner, he just landing the more pressure shots. You know, they may not be as hard, but they're certainly getting to Butler. But Butler is landing the cleaner and more snappier shots.
He's a proper pop shotter, is Butler. Very good on the back foot. And these two styles have mixed to make a fantastic combination. Lots of people do lots of talking in boxing. And fair play to Dean Gardner. When he says he'd rather out-punch you than out anything else, I think he's backed that up this evening.
He definitely lives up to it, that's for sure.
Good work again there from Butler. You could see the head rattling of Gardner, but he responds once again and leans in on his man, just tried to make life horrible for the last minute and 30 seconds of this 7th round. And here he comes again. Can Butler get himself out of the danger zone as he throws in a hook to the body, an uppercut to the body, and grabs hold of his man just for a little bit of respite. A deep breath through that nose of his and then straight back to work again. He doesn't want to find himself on the ropes for a prolonged period again, that's for sure. But here he is. And there's another wicked, unforgiving right hand from Gardner. And Butler leaning low above our commentary position.
Gardner unloading. Not too sure how much Butler can take of these shots. But he's turned him over now. And maybe Butler should have probably got a bit of momentum from that, but it looks like he just did from there.
This is absolutely exhausting to watch, Ezra. Never mind being there under those lights and the heat which they're generating.
That's right, it's making me tired just watching it. Good shots from Butler again, and pop shots are beautiful.
And those couple of shots, or 3 or 4 shots, has really given Joseph Butler a little bit of confidence there.
What a fight.
But Gardner walks towards him with a big smile on his face as he gets him in the corner once again, and Butler digs his feet into the canvas and a big left hook followed. And he's just waiting to hear that sound. My goodness. I mean, we haven't even really talked tactics yet, have we?
I don't think we can.
Do we need to talk tactics?
I don't think we can, man. Hit each other as much as we can. That's the tactic right now. And you know what? It's working for both of them. It's both in their favour. I'm interested to see the scorecards again if we get there, because I can't pick this one apart. You know, Gardner's doing his thing, then Butler's doing his thing. And then I feel like Butler is about to probably give up. I'm seeing him wincing, then he'll come back with a pop shot, and then Gardner will walk straight down, you know, walk into the lines then and let his hands go. It's yeah, it's an electrifying fight.
I'd say there's 2 types of fights which boxing fans love. The technically brilliant ones. When you're watching fighters like Canelo or Neo Inoue, those types of fighters, when you're seeing technically gifted, very talented fighters like that, that's wonderful to watch. Then there's these types of fights where, like you said, the tactics are gone. They're just going for it.
They're just going for it,
and
man.
it's entertainment on tap.
It's amazing.
Well, the 8th round is kicking off in exactly the same way that the 7th round ended. Butler did some marvellous work, some masterful work in the last 20 seconds of the 7th round. Can he put some more of that into action? And that wasn't a knockdown, that was a push to the canvas. And the referee just having a quiet word in his ear. And these two will be exhausted, but I bet they are buzzing with the type of fight which they're putting on for the crowd.
Yeah, these guys are really, you know, living up to what the York Hall presents. Butler's showing a bit of flair there, enjoying, he's got a smile on his face with that pop shot. Good movement from Butler, I must say. Gardner's still walking him down, not fazed or bothered by the tactics, you know, the one thing we haven't spoke about.
Well, a phrase which you used earlier on, Ezra, was, can Butler weather the storm? And I feel like he has weathered a storm. I just wonder how many storms are coming his way.
Yeah, exactly. It could be a tornado on the horizon, that's for sure. Gardner's not letting up, and it's a great, you know what? I'm very impressed with both of them, you know. They've stuck to the game plan, whichever that may be. Gardner's still going, pushing him to the corner and letting his hands go. Butler just needs to reply here. The referee's having a close look.
Butler will be in a dangerous position for a period of time. He'll get caught with body shots and head shots. The referee will have a good look, and it's almost like he senses that he needs to get out of there because the referee may be staring for too long, or he does something at just the right time. And that is a good experience from him.
1, 2,
the referee is going to call that a countdown. It did look like a push rather than a punch from here. And I'd be disappointed if it was to be stopped there. It's not going to, but Gardner will take some confidence, but he walks straight into a 1-2, and Butler comes back with a flurry of punches.
Butler gets his head down and starts throwing overhand rights and lefts, and Gardner starts doing the same as well, and I feel like he probably needed to redeem himself from that. Whatever, if it was a knockdown or not, I feel like he just needed to get it back. And look, as you can see, the way he's clenching his fist together and swinging for the asses, and you know it's working, but he doesn't want to be there. But look, regardless if it's a knockdown or not, this is hard to.
And Butler hits the floor once again. It was a series of left and right hooks. And the referee, in my opinion, has probably called that at just about the right time. Butler is furious over it, but he did hit the canvas 4 times. And there were long periods where hooks were being slammed into his face, and there was nothing coming back. And the referee's job is to keep the fighter safe. And I completely understand why Joseph Butler is devastated, but it's all over, Ezra.
It's all over, man. And we were saying Woods is going to get to round 10. He got to round 8, and I can see and I can probably feel the heartbreak of what Butler's experiencing right now. But I'll be honest, you got to take it out to Gardner, man. He's sustained the pressure. He worked hard. He dug deep, and he was making it uncomfortable and putting him in positions for him to go down, regardless if it was a legit one or wasn't. He was causing the pressure. Gardner was putting in the work just to probably overcome the work that Butler was doing. But it was a great fight. Both fighters should be happy and proud of themselves, you know, and they really put it on tonight.
Very well said. Brilliantly articulated. Joseph Butler can hold his head high, because multiple times he found himself on the canvas, and multiple times he got himself up and kept on fighting back. And he didn't just keep fighting back, he found some really good, clean work. But towards the end, it was just getting a little bit too much. And there's one thing taking a barrage of punches on the gloves or on the arms and a few sneaking through, but when 4, 5, 6, 7 hooks are landing clean on the heads, the referee has got to do the best, which is all about keeping the fighter safe. So he'll be gutted for a long time, but I'm sure over time it will settle and he'll realise what a sterling performance he put in. And hats off to Dean Gardner, a brilliant performance from him.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for both boxers who gave everything. Ladies and gentlemen, at 2 minutes 48 seconds of the 8th round, the contest has been stopped. The winner by technical knockout, and now the Commonwealth International welterweight champion from Sutton, Surrey, Dean the Mean Machine Gardner! And a round of applause for Joseph Bad Boy Butler. Debbie Downs will now present the Commonwealth belt.
Well, Mean Dean Gardner will join Imogen in just a moment. He's doing a bit of posing in a ring with friends, family, team, loved ones with that nice shiny Commonwealth International belt. All fighters want to win a belt, and that is a nice belt for him to stick up on the mantelpiece and something to be proud of. But something he will not forget is the opponent, Joseph Butler, because Joseph Butler gave him one hell of a fight, especially in the first couple of rounds. We were observing how slick and skillful Butler was, which continued. Don't get it twisted. It really did. But as fatigue set in, Gardner was the man who got on top and managed to get the job done after sending Butler to the canvas on 4 separate occasions. But he just climbs through the ropes, and we'll hear what he's got to say in just a moment. So, Imogen, when you're ready.
After 4 knockdowns, the ref called it. What an incredible fight that was. That was amazing. Definitely fight of the night. How are you feeling?
I feel amazing. I feel amazing. I mean, me and him, our fight got called the show stealer for a reason. He likes to come forward. He's a bad boy. I'm mean, and literally the fight showed that. I think everyone enjoyed that one, didn't they? Everyone enjoyed that fight. Yeah!
What's next for both of you in your careers? We can't wait to hear about it.
Listen, I want that English title next. That's what me and Al have been working towards. You know, this is a British title run. This ain't just a normal run for me. You know, this is the start of things to come for me and Alec.
And what does this mean to you, your team, your family, your friends?
Everyone knows firsthand how hard I graft. This man will tell you. I do everything he asks and more, and I'll never stop doing that till I get to the point where I can look back and go, he's proud of me, I'm proud of me, and everyone that comes to support me is also proud of me.
Sonny, have you got a few words?
Listen, they've both done this, probably fight of the night yet. We've got 2 more title fights that could probably capsize it, but for me, that is one of the best fights we've done here. It was an all-out war. Both of them done proud. Joseph come up 2 weight divisions, Dean come up a weight division just to get this fight over the line. They've both made themselves proud. We will do things for them all the time. The crowd loved it today, and we will make sure that there's more fights for both of them to come.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the ring from Peru, Diego Tenanta.
But the action continues here at York Hall, and my goodness, what an act to follow. Let's see if these guys can put in the sort of show that the previous 2 did. And the man standing on the York Hall stage, walking to the sounds of DMX is Diego Tenanta of Peru. Kicked off his career with a series of wins, but he's been on a bit of trip around Europe in recent times, standing in the away corner, and here he is doing exactly that again tonight.
And please welcome from Milton Keynes, Buckinghamshire, Hamza Mahmood.
Well, lapping it all up on that stage is former Team GB amateur boxer from Milton Keynes, Hamza Mahmood. Only 2 fights in to his pro career so far, but so far so good. 2 fights, 2 wins. His last fight was called off in the 3rd round due to his opponent with a sustained cut, but he'll be looking to move to 3-0 here this evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next bout this evening is a 6 3-minute rounds contest in the super bantamweight division. Firstly, fighting out of the red corner with 5 wins, 2 by way of knockout and 9 losses, weighing in at 119 pounds at 1 ounce, and tonight he wears the silver shorts. Please welcome from Peru, Diego Tenanta. And across the ring in the blue corner, unbeaten with 2 wins, 1 by way of knockout, weighing in 122 pounds, 5 ounces, and tonight he wears the black shorts with silver trim. Please welcome from Milton Keynes, Buckinghamshire, Hamza Mahmood. Your referee is Amy Pooh, who will now give her final instructions to both boxers.
Boxers, listen to my instructions at all times. Watch your heads, no low blows. When I say break, step back. Protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves.
Ladies and gentlemen, 6 3-minute rounds. Seconds out.
Well, Diego Tenanta in the silver shorts and the black boots. Hamza Mahmood in the black shorts and the black gloves. Tenanta, we can't actually tell you a massive amount about, which actually makes him quite dangerous. It's not like there's loads of footage of him out there. We don't really know how good he is, but we're about to find out. What we do know is Mahmood is a talented fighter, came through the top level of the amateur system, and in his 2 opening professional bouts, he's boxed really well and boxed successfully to 2 wins.
Yeah, with Tenanta, he looks interesting, you know. I see him slipping and rolling, and he's applying pressure to Mahmood, but as you can see, Mahmood's got experience, the way he's angling, pivoting off, keeping the range. As you can see, look here, just move to his left whilst keeping his right hand up. Perfect. Lovely uppercut there as well. But Tenanta looks game.
He does look game as he just tries to find some sort of way forward in that southpaw stance. He's got a bit of he's quite old school actually. Everything about his style, and he's clearly the shorter of the 2 fighters. And I guess his tactics are going to be try and get in on the inside and swing those hands over the top, work away to the body, just like he did then. Can Mahmood use his skills and ability, his attributes to keep him away and catch the eye of the scoring referee?
Yeah, Tenanta, he looks physically strong, obviously coming in as the shorter out of the 2 guys, but he knows what he has to do. He probably has to get inside and, you know, work the body probably just like that. But Mahmood, he's tucking up nicely, even there, you know, not breaking out of the clinch, holding the arms. That's experience right there.
Well, this one scheduled for 6 in the super bantamweight division. Concede the hand speed's gone up a notch. Nice work there from Mahmood. Not orthodox stance.
Nice and relaxed by Mahmood. Even under pressure, you know, he just ties his man up. Tananta trying to get a few cheeky shots in.
Mahmood using that height and range, but he's got a little terrier in front of him who is, when he comes in with some force and some speed as well. I really like the way that he does that with his backhand. He kind of almost controls the fight with that straight backhand, even though he has got a good jab, but he almost uses that to keep him at bay, doesn't he?
He does, yeah, it's very impressive. You know, he's throwing shots and he's angling off, making it hard for Tananta to, you know, focus on where his man is. He's throwing shots, he's moving to the left, throwing shots, moving to the right, and he's out of range. You know, sometimes he comes out of range with his hands down, but he's so out of range in such a good way, it doesn't matter if his hand's down or not. It's a beautiful display from Mahmood.
And Mahmood, a former GB boxer, and would have spent years traveling around the world and fighting and going to training camps and boxing and sparring every single type of style and ability you can possibly think of. And those days, even though they're two very different sports, those days will play a big part in his professional career. And you can see that
Corners, 10 seconds.
Those basic skills, he has got to the highest of levels.
Seconds out, round 2.
Mahmood, he's just doing everything from the backhand, sorry, the lead hand, keeping his backhand up, you know, slight steps back as well, just making sure that the range doesn't get too insufferable for him. He's working his jab well as well, you know. Tananta's finding it hard to find a way to get in.
But Tananta constantly, you can almost hear the cogs in his brain move him as he tries to work away in. And it's just peppered in the face over and over again with that left jab. Oh, but he catches Mahmood over the top there with a overhand left from the southpaw stance.
Tananta very jittery, you know, walking forward, and that's probably the best thing to do, you know, the slips and probably slips in the counters, but he needs to be able to close that distance because Mahmood, as you can see, look, even though he got caught clean there, he was still on the back foot, moving, reposition, and now he's set.
Well, Hamza brought a serious crowd of him, and they are in full voice supporting him here this evening as he does his work and does it well. Nice jab upstairs and dropped it down to the body. Then he's on his feet again, just trying to create some space and work out his next attack, which will almost definitely start with that jab of his.
Great body shot from Mahmood there.
What I like about Tananta though, Ezra, is it seems like every time he gets caught with something decent, it almost wakes him up a little bit. He gets going, doesn't he?
He does, he does.
Mahmood working masterfully off the back foot. Just gets clipped with a shot there from Tananta.
Mahmood's
back.
Footwork, he's got great footwork, you know, so even when he does get caught with a shot, he's not taking the full brunt of the force.
Rides the punch well, doesn't he?
He does indeed. But Tananta it's very dangerous when he starts looping in them big hooks.
Do you think Tananta's a tricky fighter to work out, or do you think he's got him already?
I feel so. I feel like Mahmoud's got enough experience to be able to just cruise this one. I feel like he probably could pick up the pace on him if he wanted to, but with Tananta, he's dangerous. You know, he's small, he's short, and he's a little bit unorthodox with the certain shots he's throwing as well. You know, so overhands, those are the ones that you don't really see. So yeah, I feel like Mahmoud's got this in the bag, and he's displaying a beautiful array of boxing.
Well, I'm sure we're going to see plenty more of the same from Mahmoud. He boxed beautifully on the back foot.
Corners, 10 seconds.
Everything comes off a jab. And he really varies up the speed and power of it as well. Makes himself so difficult to read.
And Mahmoud's fans are carrying him through with that energy from the top of the balcony.
Nice work there, lovely from Mahmoud. Doubled a jab upstairs, went downstairs with a right hand to the body.
That's it. Great hook right hand right there as well. And just keeping the range, just keeping the center of the ring, working around his man. You know, he's going to go to the left and he repositions. It's beautiful footwork, beautiful range finding as well. He's doing more than enough to be convincing to the judges.
Tananta doing a good job of making life difficult inside the pocket there. Mahmoud, of course, wants to be straight back to an arm's length away, just like that. Changes the angle and his position in the ring. Straight shots over and over again. Picks his man off as he comes forward, rattles his head over and over again as he switches stance and back to orthodox.
And I feel like Mahmoud's probably just enjoying it now. You know, he's switching from southpaw to orthodox and he's letting them shots go and he's landing.
You do get the sense, though, because of the way that he's boxing it, he could find something from somewhere. He just landing with something really clean and crisp, and you just wouldn't see it coming, even though you kind of knew it was coming, if that makes any sense at all.
For sure, for sure. You know, and look, he's making it awkward. And Mahmoud, I obviously was looking at Tananta thinking, you know, he's an awkward fighter, but Mahmoud's an awkward fighter. The way he's throwing shots and moving and angling off, it's very hard to be able to box against a style like that, especially when Tananta's very flat-footed and he wants to throw his power shots. As you can see, he's struggling. And look, Mahmoud, I'm impressed because look, he's tucking in there. He's a taller opponent, and it should be harder. Like, he just got caught there, probably just from being a bit too high, chin too open, but he does be defensively responsible when he does get inside.
Pitter-patter shots with a little bit of weight behind him there from Hamza Mahmoud. And there's a 10-second clapper yet again. Another brilliant round from the man from Milton Keynes. Tananta visibly getting frustrated. And one of the things actually which Mahmoud does well, and he's done it a couple of times now, is Tananta will have him on the ropes and he'll just start letting his hands go and stuff and grabbing hold of him, and he'll turn away, not enough to be hitting the back of the head, but turn away to kind of nullify the attack and make the referee step in and kind of separate them.
Yeah.
I've not seen much of that before, but it's quite a clever little tactic.
Very clever, and do you know what that is? That right there is experience. You can see that he's been around the circuit a few times because he knows what to do when he is in danger. You know, if you do that in the wrong way, you could probably get caught. You can get caught around the back of your head, side of your head. But the way that Mahmoud's nullifying it, he's wrapping him up, he's tying him up, he's bringing his man close to him, his head's on his chest. He's making it look like a professional display of boxing.
Corners, 10 seconds.
It is those little details which separate the ordinary fighters from the good fighters, and the good fighters from the great fighters. But this, of course, is such an early stage in Hamza Mahmoud's career. Only fight number 3 for him. Hopefully many, many more years to come. Lovely right hand there from the man from Milton Keynes. Can he land another one of those? I'm sure he can. There it comes off a jab. Double jab right to the body. Makes his man miss wildly.
And this is the boxing that we like to see. You know, we're talking about the Inoues and the Canelos, and right now Mahmoud's showing glimpses of elite boxing. You know, he's throwing shots, he's in and out. He's even picking the variations, going to the body. And on an opponent like Tananto, if you see his physique, he's very short and stocky. It's hard to go to his body, but Mahmoud's landing.
You took the words out of my mouth there when we were saying about the types of fights, and that is exactly it. I love these technicians and the way that they go about their work.
We got it all right now in your call. We had an amazing last fight. We got this one as well. We got the technicians. We got it all.
Tananta looks like he's run out of ideas, and he's really struggling to find any new ones because the same stuff is getting him the same outcome at the moment.
And the more look that Tananta's trying to figure out what's going on and, you know, trying to answer certain questions. Looks like Mahmoud's getting into his flow and his groove even more now, you know. His hands can be down. He's throwing shots and he's slipping and he's rolling, he's leaning back, he's doing all sorts of defenses that Tananta can't really deal with.
Last 45 seconds in the 4th round of 6, if we get the full 6. Something which won't slow down or go down is the volume of the crowd who have come here to support their man Hamza Mahmoud. They travelled a good hour and a half from Milton Keynes to see their man, and he's putting on a good display of boxing for them so far and giving them plenty to want to come back more for. And I've followed local boxers myself in the past, and it's exciting when you've got a professional boxer who's doing good things and is showing bags of ability and talent. And that's exactly what this lot have got with him, isn't it?
Exactly that. He's definitely representing for Milton Keynes for sure. They've come out in full force. He's come out in full force. He's putting on an amazing display of boxing in general. You know, he's not doing too much, but he's doing enough. It's entertaining, it's exciting, and I'm looking forward to seeing him, you know, in his future fights as well. Tananta looks like he's probably defeated in terms of what answers he can give right now. But Mahmoud is getting into the groove, and you know, it's pleasant on the eye.
It is, and it's always good to be ringside. The summer will be a little bit quieter than usual on the boxing front because of the World Cup, of course. But we are back next week, Queensbury.
Corners, 10 seconds.
Ryan Garner's interim world title fight at his beloved Southampton.
Round 5.
So make sure you tune in to watch that one live on Queensbury, the prelims. And why not get yourselves down there as well? You cannot beat a stadium fight. And what a moment that'll be for Ryan Garner. Well, back to this one. Hamza Mahmoud versus Diego Tananta of Peru. Mahmoud straight through the middle again with a reverse 1-2. I like that shot nicely.
Ooh. Great defense from Mahmoud. Nearly made Tananta fall out the ring.
He nearly went then. His head got stuck out the other side of the ropes and he couldn't work out how to get it out, could he? Well, potentially 5 minutes of boxing left. Mahmoud Looks like he could do another 10 rounds of this easily.
And I wouldn't mind watching another 10 rounds do it as well, to be honest. He's boxed in a great way. He's shown flair, charisma, you know, and style as well. This is the boxing game, but it's also the entertainment game as well. And if you are gonna put on a display like this, you want to be able to, you know, entertain the fans, which he has done.
Me and Zach Chelly had exactly the same conversation earlier on. And we were talking about one of the fighters earlier on in the bill is because they make it look so easy, it becomes so easy to watch. And that is what Hamza Mahmoud is he's so easy to watch. Exactly. Because he makes it look like a walk in the park.
Yeah.
Tananta absolutely frustrated. You can just tell in his body language and his facial expressions. This is a seriously hard night at the office for him. I'm sure he's had much easier defeats, if that makes any sense. Gets caught again there. And this is the type of moment where Mahmoud could really start letting his hands go and get his man out of there, but he's only got 30 seconds to do it in this round if he is going to do it.
Mahmoud looked like he entered the matrix there with the slips and the rolls. He looks like he's seen everything in slow motion.
Nice angle changes there to finish the round there from Mahmoud.
Beautiful boxing.
But the Warren Boxing management team have had high praise for Hamza Mahmoud for quite some time. And after seeing him a few times now, I'm really starting to understand why. Obviously, the level of opponent will go up as time goes by. That's only natural. But you can only beat who's in front of you. And I guess if you just keep beating him in the way that he's beating him, he's going places.
He's going places, man. He's going very far. It's a beautiful, like I said, I keep saying the same thing over and over again, but can't really fix it over words. It's beautiful display of boxing, you know. He's doing something so efficiently that his opponent's getting bamboozled, doesn't know what to do, doesn't know where to look. I'm struggling to keep up with it myself, never mind the opponent.
Corners, 10 seconds.
That's a wonderful way of putting it. Bamboozled. That is a word I haven't used tonight.
That's it right there.
6 and final
that is
round.
the perfect way to sum up the way that this fight has gone for Diego Tananta in the most respectful way possible. You've got to be some person to climb through those ropes, under those hot lights, in front of those people. And he's given it everything he has, but it just hasn't been good enough. Obviously, he could find something from somewhere in this round, but the more the rounds have gone by, the less and less likely that has looked. As Hamza Mahmoud, in that orthodox stance, changes the levels, and the crowd sing his name once again.
I'm just very impressed on how he keeps his range. Look, even when he falls in with a shot, he still keeps his range. You know, once you fall in a shot, you end up falling in range, but he always keeps it no matter what. He's got impeccable footwork.
That is proper training ground stuff, that, isn't it? You
Really.
can, the repetition he's done with that over the years.
That's it. That's muscle memory right
It
there.
is,
And
that's it.
we're seeing it live in the flesh.
He's not even thinking about it because it's so fluid.
That's it.
Nice body shot there from Tananta. Mahmoud comes straight back with 3 or 4 of his own. Nice.
Great body shot right there. Tananta shrugs it off, but I'm not too convinced.
Tananta looking a little bit delirious at times, because every time he finds some sort of space, some sort of room, he's met with a barrage of punches once again, and they come thick and fast. And then he's back into this kind of on-guard position and then gets peppered with the jabs. But Mahmoud is brilliant at changing the angle.
Very good.
And it's a bit of a now you see me, now you don't type of game.
And what I've seen and what I'm impressed by this round from Mahmood, it looks like, as you can see, he's being the big man now. He's walking him down. And I think it's because it's the last round, and I think he knows what Tananta can give him, and it's not enough to phase him. As you can see, he's walking him down, catching and shooting.
Tananta's done very well not to hit the canvas here, because there were many, not just here, I mean throughout the 6 rounds that we've seen, he's done unbelievably well to stay on his feet and just keep coming back. Mahmood is hitting with lots of very good clean shots. And there were times where he could have really put his foot on the gas and let his hands go, but he's chosen to show his boxing skills off here. And we're going to the last 10 seconds of the round, the last 10 seconds of the fight, and it's been a great performance from the man from Milton Keynes. And those up on the balcony here at York Hall have got their money's worth, and it's fight number 3 for them, following this young man who is very clearly a top talent. And it's easy to say he's going places. How he deals with the opposition in front of him as time goes by will tell us how far he maybe will go. But I reckon we could see him boxing for an area level title, or maybe even a British title, in the next couple of years or so. Time will most definitely tell.
Yeah, for sure. He's got bags of talent, as you can see, crazy potential. That I just want to see refined, and, you know, selfishly, I just want him to step up. You know, again, I say it selfishly. Is it strategic? Not really. But he's that great.
Your
I want to see him do more.
The contest 60 points to 54. The winner in the blue corner from Milton Keynes, Hamza Mahmood. And a round of applause for Diego Tananta.
Well, congratulations to Hamza Mahmood. We know which way that was going. It was as obvious as it could be, clear as day. And once he's done the usuals, he will join Imogen for a short interview. I don't imagine at this point in his career he'll be calling anybody out. It'll be back to the gym on Monday morning. And it'll be back to, when are we next going to be out? Where's it going to be? Because there's a lot of people up there who are going to want the tickets. But he's taking his seat. So Imogen, over to you.
Wow, what a fight that was, and the crowd was amazing. How were you feeling? What was you thinking during that fight? Tell us everything.
First of all, I just want to say Alhamdulillah. Thank Allah for being safe after this fight. He's a tough fighter. I knew he was going to look for that shot. But the game plan was to break him down later on, hit him with the body shots, use my angle, be quick with my feet. We knew he was flat-footed, and just, yeah, either stop him late or just put on a class performance.
Is there anyone in particular that you want to thank for where you are today?
I want to thank my mum, my uncle, my dad, my family, my supporters that are here, my coach, and yeah, but most I want to thank God, Allah, yeah.
And can you tell us if there's anything that you're interested in doing next, and what are your next steps?
Just want to be active. I just want to keep on building. This guy just fought a 13-0 fighter, Mickey Talon, and he gave him a tough fight. I felt I wasn't even second gear. He's fighting these guys that are like 14-0, that are on Queensbury or on big platforms, and this was my 3rd fight. I showed what level I belong on, and hopefully they come knocking soon.
Well done, congratulations, thank you.
To the press area, congratulations to Hamza Mahmood. What a fantastic performance, really boxed well there. And the people who supported him, they got a right old fight and they got a good performance. I'm joined by another promoter, Mr. Johnny Clark. How are you, my friend?
I'm good, mate. How are you?
Well, I'm all good. Always good when we're at York Hall, such a wonderful venue. But isn't it hot in here tonight?
It's very hot.
You're right, you're in your t-shirt, look at me.
And my shorts, yeah. It's part of the atmosphere though, and it brings that special vibe. But I couldn't imagine fighting in this weather though, that's the truth. You know what I mean?
Especially under those lights. Look, I've said to some of the people there tonight, and you've been very vocal about these type of shows, how important they are, how much money they cost, fighters' development, etc. It really is the kind of, we say grassroots, but it's the nuts and bolts of boxing, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's not just the fighters. If you take Amy Pugh, like I see her practicing at my show, you know, watching ringside. Then I see her in the ring, and you know, you had another referee scoring it for her, and now she's in here doing it herself. So it ain't just the boxers that get the chances, the referees, you know, and it's the grassroots, and it does need a lot more support, because I'll tell you what, this has been a brilliant show tonight. I really enjoyed myself, and I'd come back, you know what I mean, as a paying customer.
Well, you're putting on some magnificent shows. WBM are putting on some magnificent shows. There's some great fighters on both sides of those promotions. Forgive me for this. It was just a thought. It was a little seed in my mind, a light bulb moment. What do you reckon about like a 5v5 or something like that? Is that something which could happen between WBM and top tier?
100%. I'm not even like saying this because you're bringing it up, but on the way here I thought about that, a 5v5, because it's been floated around with other promotions, and I thought, yeah, I do like it. And as soon as I sat down, Bobby mentioned it, and then you posted it, and then Sam tweeted on it as well. So I thought, nah, listen, it makes sense, because the only way these shows can kind of break even or make sense doing is if you've got two sides of the fight paying in. So a 5v5, a 7v7, it makes sense. Yeah.
I mean, I never thought that we would see it with Eddie and Frank. Yeah. When we saw the 5v5. Now Eddie might not agree with it, but it was absolutely magnificent, because it ended up being 10-0 to Queensbury, didn't it? But it made a great spectacle. Do you think it could make the same sort of spectacle? Obviously at a different level, but places like this would be rammo, wouldn't they?
Yeah, but the fights will be just as good. And if I'm honest, like my shows, I have that many 50-50s on it anyway, and like you see here tonight. But what it will bring is like more competition. No, I want to win, they'd want to win, the boxers want to win against them. So I think it'll bring more spice, yeah.
Do you think it would be good for fighters' profiles, not just for the kind of promotion itself, but it would, because you've got a certain amount of followers and people who will religiously be at your shows, haven't you?
Yeah.
And then 100%. The WBM guys have got ones that have come to those, because it's a bit of a mix of both, isn't it?
Yeah, more eyes on them, the better. That's what I say. And listen, it's not that boxing's boring, but it's also nice to spruce it up. Where do you come from, John?
Talking about. Now, I don't know how much about you heard. We're talking 5v5. Obviously, all friendly.
Let's have a 10v10.
A 10v10?
Yeah. I think I can do it. I think I can fill it. Yeah.
They're up for it. Are you up for it?
Yeah, let's do it. I've got a venue in mind.
Yeah, I
know.
know.
Up for it?
Yeah, a new one, isn't it? Is it a new venue?
Yeah, new venue.
Yeah. 100%. It makes sense.
Listen, we're the biggest. We're the two biggest going anyway.
Yeah. And we've got the best
Might
fighters.
as well have it doing it. Exactly. We've got the best fights and the best fighters.
Yeah. Is it an easy thing to put in place, or is it logistically a nightmare?
Listen, I think. I know John. He's friendly.
It's easy. It's up to the fighters whether they take the fights, but for our side of it, we say yes now. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Would it end up being here, do you think? Do you think it'd end up being here?
Bigger than here.
Yeah, it'd be bigger than here.
It's got to be bigger than here.
Yeah, I think so. Bigger venue with a bit of aircon.
Copper box.
Yeah, it's too loud in here.
Yeah, my ears are definitely from Freddie 2 Tons fans.
I tell you what, we've had absolutely everything in here tonight. We've had saxophones, we've had drums, we've had good fights, and we're ready for our next fight. So over to Mark Burdiss.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the WBC Greater Tehran Super Featherweight Championship. Into the ring, please welcome from Southend-on-Sea, Essex, Marley Mason!
But the action continues. And if you want to talk about action, Marley Mason is a man who brings it. Sometimes you wonder whether he minds if he wins, loses or draws. I think sometimes he only cares about putting on a fight for the crowd. And in his 11 fights, that is pretty much what we've seen of him. So we'll see if he's got the same attitude in this one tonight.
And please welcome into the ring from Switzerland, Abner Jeshari!
This is the man who will be stood opposite him. 26-year-old Abner Kid Dynamite Jeshari of Switzerland. This is the second time we've seen him boxing here in the UK, with the vast majority of his professional fights being in his homeland of Switzerland. And Kid Dynamite, can he bring some of that dynamite to the York Hall ring against a very active and high volume puncher and worker in Marley Mason?
Ladies and gentlemen, our next bout this evening is 10 3-minute rounds for the WBC Greater Turan Super Featherweight Championship. Your officials have been appointed by the World Boxing Council. Your WBC supervisor is Debbie Downs. Your timekeeper at the bell is John Smith. And when the action begins, your referee in charge is Mark Bates. Your judges at ringside are Sean McAvoy, Lee Every and Amy Boo. And now to introduce the contestants. Firstly, fighting out of the red corner, with 6 wins, 1 by way of knockout, 4 losses and a draw. Weighing in 132 pounds 6 ounces, and tonight he wears the red, black and gold shorts. Please welcome from Southend-on-Sea, Essex, Marley Mason! And across the ring in the blue corner, unbeaten with 8 wins, 3 by way of knockout. Weighing in 130 pounds, and tonight he wears the sky blue and white shorts. Please welcome from Switzerland, Abner Jeshari. Your referee, Mark Bates, will now give his final instructions to both boxers.
Okay, gentlemen, I spoke to you both in the dressing room, so you know what's expected. Get your punches up, obey my commands, and protect yourselves at all times. Good luck to you both, gents. Gloves.
Ladies and gentlemen, 10 threes for the WBC Greater Turan Super Featherweight Championship.
Seconds out, round 1.
Well, it's our second title fight of the evening here at York Hall, and if it's anything like the first one we had earlier on, then we are in for a treat. If you're just joining us, welcome to ringside. You're joined by myself, Darren Rees, and I have a new co-coms with me, Casey Kadimi. I've had Zach Chelly with me tonight. I've had the Cannon, Ezra Taylor. And now I have Casey Kadimi. Always good to see you. Are you ready for some action, my friend?
Likewise, thank you for having me, and it's been pleasure. It's a pleasure coming to watch being part of the WBM show. You know, yeah, another great fight. It's been a cracking fight since very early, and this is going to be another amazing fight. Two warriors.
Well, let's hope that is it exactly, and it's always a pleasure to have you here on the commentary table. So just to inform you, Abner Jeshari, for those watching at home, in those sky blue shorts of Switzerland, and Marley Mason in the red, black and gold shorts. Both fighters just trying to feel each other out a little bit at the moment. This one is scheduled for 10 in the super featherweight division. I'm not sure whether we'll see all 10 rounds. Nice body shot there from Marley Mason.
They're both two fighters, and I think having two fighters is going to be a war. And we can already see this from the first round.
Mason landed a nice right hand on the cheek of Jashari. Kind of shrugged it off and then got straight back to work. Jashari needs to get that jab going, just like that, because when he does, there you go. There's the work which we're used to seeing. 1-2 upstairs, left hook to the body. Finishes it with a right hand upstairs. And the crowd just starting to respond to the work rate and the shots which he's delivering. Mason not one to back away as he comes forward once again with a right hand to the body. Dicks in that left hook under the right elbow. Jashari just about got his head out of the way of that one.
Great combination by Jashari.
Mason gets caught there. Probably stood in the same place for too long. The left hook comes over the top from Marley Mason.
Oh, great right hand from Jashari, but then he went back on the road.
And I think, Casey, where Mason scored, they were beautiful shots there from Jashari. Marley Mason did well to keep on his feet there. He got caught with 3 big shots. And that bell couldn't have come at a better time, right?
What a round. I'm telling you, I've seen Marley for years. I know Marley, and I've seen Jashari from my last fight. I think a couple of fights before we met, and I've seen both their work. Like I said, they're two true warriors that wants to fight, and it takes 2 warriors to put a great fight on.
I've seen Marley Mason box many a time. And of course he always wants to win, of course he does. But I think sometimes he just loves being a fan-friendly fighter. But for me, Casey, what I'm seeing is some good work from Marley Mason, but then he stands he stands still for too long, and that's when he gets caught.
Corners, 10 seconds.
Exactly right. I believe that's what Mason needs to do, is land and move. But like I said, Jashari can punch, and I know Marley's got great chin, but Jafari just showed himself he can punch, because I ain't seen Marley move with getting caught like that.
Well, Mason, the one on the front foot in the opening part of this round, but as we saw in the previous round, it is when he's doing this that actually Jashari becomes most dangerous. When he starts letting his hands go like that, and that left hook to the body under the right elbow. Can he follow up on that? It's if Mason finds himself in a dangerous position in the corner or on the ropes for too long, that's when Jashari's going to become really dangerous. He tucks up nicely. Mason for a good 1-2 upstairs and the left hook to the body. Good work with the jab there from Jashari.
Yeah, I believe Marley could not be in front of him in the range and throw a lazy punch, because the moment he throws a lazy punch, and Jashari takes advantage of that.
Halfway through the round, still plenty of time to land something mean and meaningful. Good work there with the left hook, and just with the lead hand in general from Jashari. Jab, screw shot, left hook, all off that same hand. Mason just trying to pressurise Jashari. And the left hook is the shot. That is the one from Jashari, which is landing over and over again. For Marley Mason, he's one seriously tough individual. And he'll be hit with a kitchen sink and everything else, and he will still keep coming. It will still keep digging away to your body. You've got to do something big to put him away. Well, last few seconds then. Who'd you give that round to?
A close round, but I think Jashari was throwing the more impacted punches. I favour that round to Jashari.
Yeah, I agree with that. It was a round which Marley Mason definitely started to have a little bit more success, and I don't know if that was more because of what he was doing or because Jashari was allowing him to do a little bit more himself and had not a round off, but you know what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I believe Jashari's plan is to make Marley engage into a fight and then call him off as soon as he takes that few seconds to step out.
Corners, 10 seconds.
And Mason, the first off of his stall, bounced out the corner.
Seconds out, round 3.
And he looks like there's a determined look on his face. And this is where Jashari has been dangerous, when he tucks up and you think nothing's happening, and then he'll come out with 4 or 5 shots just like that.
Yeah, just like that.
And there it is again. Mason caught a couple of times there, bites down on his gum shield, gets straight back to business. Double jab, lead uppercut. And Jashari making himself as small as he possibly can as Mason looks for the left hook to the body over and over again. Do you think Mason's got the tactics right here, Casey? Kind of just, you know, walking forward, trying to hunt his man down.
I mean, Mason's style is to just do the walk down and to put on the pressure, but, you know, fighting Jashari, you have to have a very good technical plan. You cannot come forward. That's what he wants you to do. I believe set up a trap, land, take a few steps back, because what happens is the moment you stop throwing, that's when the Jashari's combination comes in.
And let's see. This is better work here from Mason. It's really nice double jab, right hand, then sunk in the left hook. Good work to take the shot away from Mason with his feet from Jashari. And here we are again, where he tucks up. But Mason doesn't really seem phased, but he did walk straight into a stiff jab there, which stopped him in his tracks for the shortest period of time, and he's straight back to it. Double left hook and a right uppercut there from Jashari. But Mason over and over again, constantly fighting back.
I believe that this is the best round for Mason currently.
The last few seconds of the round then. He's really liven up towards the end of the round here, but that was a good round.
That was a good round for Mason.
And do you know what, actually seeing Marley Mason multiple times before, I don't know if you agree with this, I think this is the most disciplined I've ever seen him.
yeah, I believe this round he was focused. He was moving his head well. He was rolling out from the punches that he threw. You know, if he carries on doing this, you know, things could turn to his table.
Let's see if he. I mean, the pendulum swing isn't too big. I mean, it's a relatively close fight. I've got Jashari winning it, but not by masses. I don't think Mason needs to do too much to get himself properly back into it.
I mean, it's a close fight. Every round's been close, but I just believe that the last round Mason had it based on the pressure and the amount of punches he threw.
Seconds out to round 4.
Well, round 4 scheduled for 10 in the super featherweight division. This one for the WBC Greater Tehran title, a regional title. Mason straight back into place, which he seems to like, which is in between being on the pocket and mid-range. A jab's length away, straight back in again with another body shot. That was better from Mason. He didn't move back in a straight line. He kind of changed the angle, and that meant that he didn't get caught with the left hook.
Yeah, that's what he needs to do if he wants to get better off the further rounds.
Mason loading up on the ropes here. Right hand to the body, followed by another one. He's just got to be careful of that left hook of Jashari. And that right hand which follows, that was quick. That was good work there from the man from Switzerland. And Mason back again, and that has been the theme of the fight. Non-stop, 3 uppercuts in a row, gets slapped round the ear with a left hook. Lovely shots there from Jashari. It's a beautiful 1-2. Lead uppercut, missed with the right hand on the end, but the 3 of them before landed beautifully. But Mason, once again, just keeps walking forward, keeps throwing his own shots. There's that right hand to the body once again, and the left hook. And he's really giving Jashari absolutely an answer to every question which he's chucking at him.
Yeah, that's where Marley needs to move once he landed. And the reason he's not moving his head is because either he's tired or...
Mason roughing his man up as often as he possibly can. Big side there from Jashari. Maybe a little bit of frustration because he most certainly hasn't had it all his own way. And for me, so far, this is a round for Mason as we go into the last few seconds of this round.
Very good round. Good exchange from both the boxers. Very good round, I believe.
What's working for Marley Mason?
I think experience. I mean, he's got a lot of experience in the combat sports, in the kickboxing. He's been a kickboxer prior to boxing, and I just think, you know, he's got a heart and he's been in deep water, so the experience is helping him.
Did you guys once share a gym together?
Yeah, we used to train back in 2019, 20 it was, during COVID. We used to train together, all of us, me, him, and Frank Arnold. So yeah,
I think I remember. I remember actually, yeah.
I mean, I've seen Marley. He's a great fighter, and he had a lot of tricks under him that he brought from kickboxing career to the boxing. So
yeah,
but he's got a lot of experience. So hope, you know.
Seconds out to round 5.
Well, halfway then, round 5 of 10. Mason just trying to push Jashari back for that double jab. And I think he's made it very, very clear that he ain't going anywhere very easily. Pitter-patter shots from Mason, trying to find a little gap, an opening for something a bit bigger, looking for the uppercut at the moment. Right hand comes back from Jashari. And I think, Casey, that Jashari has success with those 1s and 2s, but then they kind of step off. Those second phase of attacks, they're needed, aren't they?
Yeah, 100%. The second phase will make it a lot more clear to the judges that he's scoring more shots, you know, and in that way, if he has a second phases, he'll put Molly in holds for a bit of him keep coming forward.
Jashari trying to control the fight. With not even just with the jab, just with the lead hand, just those little touches. And every now and again he'll throw a vicious left hook. Oh, that was a good shot. Nice left uppercut, straight on the inside, followed up with a right hand. But once again, I'm repeating myself here because Marnie Mason is repeating himself every time that a decent attack, which is dangerous, comes towards him or he gets caught with the shots, he just keeps marching forward. Over and over again. But this one scored by judges at ringside rather than a referee because the title is on the line. So what are they thinking?
Molly's got
we go towards the end of this round. And I think actually Jashari's starting to tire a little bit now. He looked fresh obviously in the first couple of rounds, but it's been a few kind of deep breaths. And he's kind of working through an open mouth.
Exactly, but I think he once he finds his rhythm, I think once you get your rhythm, you get to be comfortable with the Ray, and that's what he needs right now. He needs to find his rhythm. I mean, he's landed some good combination, and he's cut it Mason on under the right eye.
We're just observing the body language of Abnor Jashari over there in the blue corner. There's definitely some heavy breathing going on, and I guess it's just the sustained pressure from Marnie Mason, who hasn't really taken a step back throughout the whole fight. Even when the punches have been
round 6.
Even when the punches have been coming at him, if anything, he'll stand on the spot. Has Marnie Mason grown in a bit of confidence? Does Abnor Jashari need to find a little bit? That was a good right hand round the back of the guard from Mason. Jashari responds with a straight right hand, which ever so slightly knocks Mason off tracks. But again, he's back to his fighting position, flicking out that double jab.
I believe Jashari does very well when they're in the range, when he's at the end of his range, boxing on his mid-range. He boxes very good, very well. He counters very well.
And actually, the frustration from Jashari is making him throw a few more venomous punches. And I think as time's gone by over these 5.5 rounds, Mason's found that actually he can take the power of Jashari the majority of the time, and that's enabled him to stand in front of his man and keep causing him problems. But that was a bigger punch than the punches we've seen for a little while from Jashari. Nice lead uppercut, straight up the middle of the guard.
Oh, great left hook.
Another good left uppercut from Jashari. That's a shot which is working well for him in this round, but he still has someone storming towards him constantly, and he must be thinking, what have I got to hit this kid with to make him take a step backwards?
Yeah, Hawley's a very conditioned fighter.
Well, when you look at the record of Marley Mason, 6 wins, 4 defeats, 1 draw against Abnor Jashari, 8 fights, 8 wins. It looks like it shouldn't be as well matched, I guess, as it's turned out to be, because they're actually a really well matched pair, aren't they?
No, 100%. But Marley's, if you look into deep Marley's record, Marley has a kickboxing career as well. Has done very well. You know, and as for money title fight in the pro game, so it is I mean, Jashari is a young prospect coming up with a great record, and you know he's looking, he's moving the right way, and it's a great opportunity for Marley to prove himself, to put his hand on the title. So it's very well matched.
This has been a good matchup. 4 rounds to go. And actually, earlier on in the fight, it was Jashari who was nullifying and disrupting the attacks of Mason with his jab and with his double jab. And actually, as the fight has gone by and we've gone into the latter stages of the fight, it's Marley Mason who's doing really good work with stopping the attacks going any further with his jab. And that is a wicked left hook which Jashari throws. And that was a good come forward attack from Jashari, but he needs to continue it to have more success. I think at times he's probably admiring his work a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, if he has that, like you said earlier, if he had that second phase, you know, things will work out very well for him. Jashari's got a great left hook counter.
He's landed that hook counter so many times, but I think from his body language, it's like he's expecting it to do a bit more damage and have a bit more of effect than it actually is. And in the opening round, he threw it, and the legs looked like they went wobbly just for a tiniest little second. And Marley had to find his feet again, but it didn't take him long, and he was back to business. But he takes the shots well, he rides them well as well. When Jashari comes forward with 3s and 4s, Marley Mason now does some good work with his head, where he just completely takes it off the line and makes himself so much harder to hit. And that must be the advice which has been coming from the corner. What do you think they are saying to him in that corner?
They tell him to increase the pressure and keep punching up and down, to be honest. But they're also telling him to, once you've stopped attacking, either move your head and keep your hands up. That's what I would advise Marley. Once you've stopped your combination, either move your head side to side and have your hands up, because Jashari throws a great combination as soon as Marley stops.
Well, very animated in that corner, nonetheless. I think they've really gauged that he could end up winning this.
Corners, 10 seconds. Seconds out to round 8.
Nice jab straight down the middle there from Marley Mason, and the sweat bounced off Jashari's head as a 1-2 landed again. Jashari just slipped there in his home corner. Good pressure from Mason. He's definitely coming on the more this fight goes. A good response there from Jashari once again. And every time he lands something significant, his fans up on the left-hand side of the balcony here at York Hall really raise the volume.
Jashari's left hook has been causing some damage to Marley's right side.
And that is much better work there from Jashari. There's the short right hand through the middle again. And there was a second phase of attack, but Marley Mason throws a left hook upstairs, touches him, tries to get that right hand to raise and chucks in the left hook under the right elbow.
Yeah, they both want it as bad as each other, and they're putting in work in.
And a strong end to the round from both fighters. And I feel like Abnor Jashari maybe sensed that he needed to do a little bit more there, because we started to see a bit more at the end of that round, didn't we?
Yeah, I mean, look, he is landing the clear and more impact punches. I have him high on the I have him high on the scorecard, but let's see. 2 rounds left, 9 and 10.
Corners, 10 seconds. Seconds out, round 9.
Well, the penultimate round. Let's see what it's got to offer. Marty Mason kicking off this round in exactly the same way he has every single round previous. And actually, the work which these two have done, they're still boxing at a really good tempo. I mean, gut feeling, Casey. At a moment, who are you giving it to?
This round or the whole fight?
The whole fight.
I've got Jashari ahead. It's a close fight, don't get me wrong. Very close fight, but I feel like Jashari is a round or 2 rounds ahead. What about you?
I agree with you. I think it is very close. I'm not scoring it round by round. That's the problem. Jashari definitely started stronger for me, and he's had moments in all the rounds. But I think if Marley Mason can win these couple of rounds, then he could get the nod here.
True.
And he looks like the fighter who wants it a bit more as well.
I mean, it's a beautiful title, WBC, so...
Jashari boxing well on the back foot with his back against the ropes. Marley Mason, shots just on the belt line, then sticks a couple of them upstairs. Just walking his man down non-stop. That's all he's done, is just keeps walking him down. And that crowd who are here to support him are just wading him on, just gesturing to just keep moving forward. I don't think they need to do that. That's exactly what he's going to do. And for me, that was another Marley Mason round. And I think if he wins the next one, he probably could nick it.
It's a close fight. We just have to see what the judges prefer. You know, ones that come forward fire and ones that counter puncher.
But one more round to go. These guys have put some serious work in. It is incredibly hot from where we're sat. Never mind under those very bright hot lights in this bubbling cauldron. Mason already out of his corner, raising his arms to the people who have brought tickets to come and watch him here this evening.
Corners, 10 seconds.
I don't think they need the 10 seconds. I think they just want to get on with it.
Out, 10th and final round.
But I've got a feeling we're going to see some action here, Casey Kadimi. Let's see what this 3 minutes of boxing brings us as both fighters straight to the centre of the ring.
That's it. This is the
Marty
final
Mason
round.
on that front foot, pushing forward. That's that jab and those uppercuts, trying to push his man back and damage him to the body.
Good body shot from Hawley.
And all the action which has happened in this fight, Mark Bates has barely had to do a thing. What a pleasure this must have been for him to referee. He's not had to warn anybody, he's not had to get involved, he's barely had to break them up.
Two very good fighters, and they're keeping it clean as possible.
Well, time out there. Tashari turned his back and got clipped with a right hand to the back of the head. Mark Bates just having a word of him. That definitely wasn't intentional. But Tashari was not pleased with it one bit. And by the way, if you think this is the last fight of the night, you'd be incorrect. We've still got another 10-rounder to go. As we go into the last 90 seconds of this one. And it is going to be ever so interesting to see how the judges at ringside have scored it. And Tashari's corner unbelievably animated. They scream for their man to walk forward. And Marty Mason's the man who's done the walking forward in this fight. He's the man who's been the pressure fighter, been the one who's constantly tried to put Tashari on the back foot. And the body language of the man from Switzerland tells you that he's tiring. And Mason just misses that lead uppercut. Can he have another couple of good attacks? And will they contribute to him getting his hand raised at the end of this 10-round contest?
Both true warrior. They've given everything they had, you know. A true warrior. They both deserve a big applause. To be proud of himself.
The last 15 seconds to go. As Casey Kadimi says here at ringside, two warriors. Shinari holds his hands up like he's already won the contest, but Marty Mason doing exactly the same thing as he has from the opening bout. And I really don't know where this one's going, genuinely.
It's a very close fight. Like I said, it's what the judges prefer. Very good fight.
Well, the scores at ringside are now being sorted out, being calculated. And Marty Mason's team just letting him know, no matter what happens, you put in one performance there, young man, and a performance to be proud of.
It'll be a massive moment for whoever wins the belt. I mean, whoever's hands left it. I mean, it's a big title for both of them.
Well, fighters in the ring. Mark Burtis has the card. Let's find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for both boxers. We go to the scorecard. We have a unanimous decision. Judge Sean McAvoy, 97 points to 93. Judge Lee Every, 97 points to 93. Judge Amy Boo, 97 points to 93. The winner and now the Greater Tehran Super Featherweight Champion. In the blue corner from Switzerland, Abner Jashari.
Well done to Jashari. You know, like I said, it's what the judges preferred. They both won a great fight.
Who will be presented with the WC belt by Debbie Downs.
Well, Abner Jashari gets it 97-93, 3 times over. Marley Mason feels absolutely gutted, and I can understand why. It was a close contest, and it could have gone either way, that. I thought all judges saw it exactly the same, but actually, I thought they might have been a little bit wide.
I mean, like I said, what the judges preferred. I mean, Marley Mason put a great work on, put very high pressure on, but I think the judges preferred the counter shot, the more cleaner shot that was coming from Jashari. And tonight was the Jashari's night.
Well, boxing can be brilliant and it can be brutal. The highs are almighty highs and the lows can be dreadful. But Marley Mason can keep his chin up because what a performance he put in. It doesn't take it away the fact that he didn't end up getting a decision there. I thought we might have actually been going down the road of a draw. That's what I thought. When Mark Burtis had the scorecard, I thought we're going down the draw road.
And like I said, it was a close fight, and it's just what the judges preferred. And I mean, I had my reasons of having Jashari ahead, but yeah.
Well, we've had a bit of everything tonight. We've had saxophones, we've had drums, we've had musical instruments, and now we've got a baby in the ring.
What a night, huh?
Big family moment for Abner Jashari.
Proud moment for Jashari, yes, proud moment. And having his kid by his side, winning the belt. This is the greatest moment for a fighter. I remember winning my first fight, my first title fight, on my 8th professional fight for WBO European. It was exactly at the Yoko place, and what a night it was.
Well, Abner Jashari is with Imogen, so over to you.
What a fight, amazing atmosphere. Your first belt, how are you feeling?
Yeah, first I want to say alhamdulillah, God gave me everything, you know. Takbir! Allahu Akbar! Yeah, the opponent was very tough. Yeah, but alhamdulillah, we win.
And what can we expect from you to see in the future?
Yeah, you know, I want the big names, you know. I can't wait to fight with the big names. Yeah, I'm coming for everybody, you know.
Congratulations, well done.
Thank you. And I want to say big thanks to my coach Angelo Galina, Troy, and British Boxing Club in Dubai. We have 5 weeks of hard preparation with my trainer and other trainer. We will come for everything, 100%. Thank you. Big thanks to you guys. I love you. And the most important, my family. My wife, she supports me a lot on my shoulder. Alhamdulillah for everything.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Commonwealth Silver Super Middleweight Championship Please welcome into the ring from Buckhurst Hill, Ellis, Steward!
Well, here comes 27-year-old Ellis Steward from Essex. Boxes out of the Essex Fight Academy under the watchful eye of his father, one of the most knowledgeable and respectable boxing coaches in the country, Terry Steward. This is a big night and a big moment for him.
And please welcome into the ring from Bromley, Kent, James Hitman Hawley!
Well, he was waiting for the moment. This is 27-year-old James Hitman Hawley, 13-0 in the pro ranks and headlines here at York Hall once again. His last fight was against Frankie Davey, and it was fireworks from the get-go. Are we going to get that again here tonight against Ellis Steward?
Ladies and gentlemen, our next bout this evening is a 10 3-minute rounds contest for the Commonwealth Silver Super Middleweight Championship. Your officials have been appointed by the Commonwealth Boxing Council. Your supervisor is Debbie Downs. Your timekeeper at the bell is John Smith. And your scoring referee in charge of the action is Sean McAvoy. And now to introduce the contestants. Firstly, fighting out of the red corner with 12 wins, 2 by way of knockout and a single loss, weighing in 167 pounds 4 ounces. And tonight, he wears the white shorts. Please welcome from Buckhurst Hill, Essex, Ellis Steward! And across the ring in the blue corner stands the champion, with an unbeaten record of 13 wins, 1 by way of knockout. Weighing in 167 pounds 4 ounces, and tonight he wears the grey and yellow shorts. Please welcome from Bromley, Kent, the Commonwealth Silver Super Middleweight Champion, James Hitman Hawley! Your referee, Sean McAvoy, will now give his final instructions to both boxers.
Okay, lads, 10-round contest. Keep it clean all the time, keep yourself protected all the time. Touch gloves, here we go. Good luck, lads.
10 threes for the Commonwealth Silver Super Middleweight Championship.
Seconds out, round 1.
Well, here we go then. This is our headliner of the evening, Ellis Steward, out of the Essex Fight Academy, in the white shorts with the white boots, in there against James Hitman Hawley in the silver trim with yellow and green. The Hitman boxed here in his last fight against Frankie Davey, and it was one of those brilliant York Hall nights and one of those brilliant York Hall fights. This one for James Hawley defending his Commonwealth silver title. He showed his rehydration weigh-in this morning, and he put on 19 pounds. So he's looking very big and strong in there this evening. Can he make that work to his advantage? We'll have to wait and see. Well, I've had some co-commentators tonight. We started with Zach Chelly, then we had Ezra Taylor, then we had Casey Kadimi, and now I've got Fred Warren.
How we are, we're all good?
We're all good. We are into the opening round here, live on Box Nation. And both of these guys quite a bit cagey at the moment. Nothing too much has come about, but you know, that's what you tend to get in opening rounds, isn't it?
Yeah, we're just feeling each other out at the minute. Hawley more on the front foot, Steward on the back foot.
Neither fighter looks like they're too keen to commit too much at the moment. And I think this might be a bit of a battle of the jabs until
I think
the right hands start going.
I think both fighters trying to cause a reaction from one another so they can pounce on one another. So, lovely jab from Hawley.
Hawley normally takes a few rounds just to get himself going, but the jab has been good so far in this opening round, as it has from Ellis Steward. His stablemate Brad Paul's watching from ringside. Got a good squad of fighters over at that Essex Fight Academy.
Yeah, lovely composed by Hawley here. Working lovely off the jab, controlling the fight first round for a minute for me. Good shot.
There's a really good left hook there by James Hawley to end the round. And
lovely exchange. I think they hurt each other. But I think Hawley got the better of the exchange there.
Yeah, there was definitely something which came back there from Steward, and that might have woken both up a little bit in terms of seeing a bit of action.
Yeah.
I don't know if we will see all 10 rounds.
No, I don't think so either. I think we're going to see a lot more output on this second round as well now. Now they felt each other out. They've had that exchange. I think they was both hurt there, but I think Hawley got the better of that. I think he landed the more hurtful shot.
Well, how will the second round in this Commonwealth Silver contest open up like? Just observing the body language, both looking very calm. So other teams in those respective corners.
Second.
Hawley, the first one out of his seat.
Yeah, great first round for Hawley there, having one up there.
Seconds out to round 2.
Can Hawley kick the second round off in the way that he finished the opening round? He said to me earlier on in the week that he's not looking past Ellis Steward, but he wants some big names. He wants the winner of Troy Williamson, Callum Simpson.
A big opportunity for both fighters coming off a win here.
And that's it. That's exactly it, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah. Lovely left hook. Oh, great shot.
And this is good work from James
Needs to
Hawley.
be a bit more patient, Hawley there, but great exchange here.
And Ellis Steward, under pressure, did exactly the right thing there. He covered up, he waited for the moment, he grabbed hold of his man, and how well recovered he is, we don't know. But that was the right thing to do, wasn't it?
I think he's slightly feeling the power of Hawley here. He's a bit more cautious to throw that jab, where it was in the first round. Just seems a bit more sharper here for Hawley at the pair.
He puts the work in, does Hawley, in those training camps, as does Steward.
It's a problem with Steward. When they're coming on the inside, the hands are down, the chin's up in the air. So that's why Hawley is getting the better of the exchanges. He's changing his levels when he's fighting on the inside, and that's allowing him to land that left hook. Very impressive, Hawley, so far.
I've got to say, this is the best I've seen him, actually.
Yeah, very sharp.
Working nicely off the jab.
I think Ellis needs to show a bit more feinting. Oh, lovely right hand from Hawley. Here we go.
Well, it was a straight right hand from Hawley, then landed a right hook, and Steward again grabs hold of his man, regroups, recomposes, and then straight back into that kind of on-guard fighting stance, ready to go again. I do get the sense that either of these could land something at any moment, though, don't you?
100%. Like I said, I think it's lovely. I think that's better from Steward. I think he needs to show a bit more feinting, cause a reaction from Hawley, then pounds him. There we go.
That was it. Exactly that. He feinted with the first one, didn't he? And then landed a light jab and a heavy right hand over the top.
Lovely,
beautiful right hand
right.
there by James Hawley. He lunged straight into it. And Ellis Steward is again doing the right thing.
Here, Hawley, now. He
and
needs
Hawley
to be patient.
has got a few seconds to finish the job
That's better.
in the
There we
second
go.
round. Maybe the bell will come at exactly the right time for Ellis Steward, but it was a peach of the right hand.
Yeah, I think his legs are gone.
And that bell couldn't have come at a better time, could it?
No, it couldn't have. That was a lovely right hand from Hawley. I think the more fights Hawley's had, especially at this level, the power showing, but this is the best I've seen him.
It's the most composed I've seen him.
Very composed. It just shows how much experience he's had.
Well, 30 seconds longer, that could have been a completely different story. But saying that, Ellis Steward still had his wits about him, because 3 or 4 hooks came his way, and he bobbed and weaved under all 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah.
Thankfully for him, of course.
I do think that's the thing where Hawley is coming into these title fights and the opposition is going off. When he does land, he's a heavy hitter, but when he does land and hurt his opponents, he needs to be a bit more composed instead of swinging the haymakers.
Round 3.
But very, very impressive James Hawley at the minute. 2-0 at the minute, and that's a 10-8 round. He's so relaxed, Hawley.
Well, that is when the shots come. The more relaxed the fighters are.
I think we need a bit more footwork from the Steward. I think that's how he got caught with the right hand. Very flat-footed in a minute. That's better.
Well, Hawley will be ultra confident now, and that's another big, 2 big hooks.
It just seems like the stronger person here.
But Steward, he's still composed though, isn't he?
Yeah, he's very composed. He's calm still, he's hurt. Lovely shot from Hawley.
But I think the referee is going to want to start seeing something a bit more back from Ellis Steward, isn't he? Because he's having a very close look at him. Hawley knows that.
Yeah,
he's growing in confidence every minute that this fight goes by.
Steward's still there. I mean, Hawley can't make any mistakes here. He's there to be taken out, but Steward's still dangerous. He's still composed, and he's still throwing back on the exchanges.
I think those, well, the knockdowns and the heavy shots which have come in from Hawley have made Steward a little hesitant to commit to his own form of attack.
Lovely shot. Like to see a bit more body work here from Hawley. Lovely from Steward, lovely shot.
That's the kind of shot that he was looking for. And that one definitely registered. And he could do with a bit more space, could Steward, to start letting his hands go. And there it is. But Hawley bites down at his gum shield, sneaks a right uppercut of the guard, and there goes Steward again. And these are good shots here from Steward. What a turnaround of events that we've got here at York Hall.
That's exactly what I was saying. He can't. Oh, lovely. Nearly there.
And Hawley needed that space to regroup and get back to doing what was working for him a moment ago, which was working off of that jab.
He needs to stay more composed because Steward's clearly still dangerous when he's hurt. He's still throwing back. Where Hawley thinks he's hurt is on the front foot. He's trying to take him out very wildly.
Well, 30 seconds to go. Lovely slip from Hawley. Comes back with a counter right hand. Body shot return by Steward. Both these fighters giving each other something to think about now. And I think, Freddie, we've got a bit of a fight on our hands, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. I think Steward's growing in confidence now.
Well, certainly.
He's got a clearer head, and he's so calm. For someone who's been hurt for the first 2 rounds, he's stayed composed, and it's worked there. But Hawley's got to have a deep think now. I think he needs to be a bit more composed. If he does hurt Steward, he needs to take his time when he gets him on the ropes. He's just throwing the wild haymakers at the minute. But that's all due to his title fight experience. When you're fighting this level of opposition, you can't switch off for a second, even if your opponent's hurt. And just shows there where Steward's still dangerous when he's hurt, but he's so relaxed still.
What do you think the turnaround was there for Steward? Because that was easily his most successful round and his most successful attacks. Why was he successful then, do you think?
His corners kept him calm, his corners kept him relaxed. I'm surprised how calm he is for someone who's been dropped so heavy and hurt heavy in the fight so far. But he's very dangerous when he's hurt. When he's on the ropes, a lovely exchange on the ropes. Fighting back, but Hawley just needs to be a bit more cautious when he does hurt him. He can take him at it, but he just needs to take his time, keep his distance, and fire his shots less wildly. That's better. He needs to go back to how he was in the first 2 rounds. Everything coming off that jab.
Well, we will be back to the battle of the jabs again, but I think we'll start to see Steward commit more, and now he knows that he can register those shots and he can land them.
That's better from Steward, a bit more footwork. He throws a jab, he's stepping out, that's it.
He just needs to be careful he doesn't overreach with that right hand, because Hawley will love a bit of that.
Yeah. That's better. I like the readjustments from Steward here now. He's throwing a jab and stepping back. Hawley was countering him with that right hand all night. That's what dropped him in the first place. That's a bit better from Steward. Show him something. Try and cause a reaction. There we go. Lovely jab to the body from Hawley.
Both men waiting for the other to commit. There we go. That's better from Hitman Hawley. Can he do more of that? Can he attach a second phase onto it?
That's better from Hawley. But if he keeps jabbing to that body, follows with that right hand after a couple of jabs to the body, the opening's there. You see Steward, when he throws the jab to the body, the hands are dropping. That's much better.
But Steward trying to get something out of Hawley there, isn't he?
I think they both felt each other's power. They're very cautious at the minute now. They know they can both hurt each other.
Well, Steward got himself out of the way of that one. Unfortunately for him, he did. And James just trying to
lovely shot,
tweak those feet.
That's what I'm saying. If he jabs to the body, just throws that overhand right. The hands are dropping from Steward every time James Hawley goes to that body. If he throws a feint, just go to the right. It's there. Better.
But that round was very much like the first round, wasn't it?
Yeah,
very cagey.
Very cagey round. I'd give Hawley that round, but Nothing really much in that round. I think the better exchanges did come from Hawley. Landed a lovely double jab backhand.
I think you're right. It was. They felt each other's power now, haven't they?
Yeah,
and they're wary of it.
I think very wary. Must say that I'm very impressed with the resilience and the recovery from Ellis Steward. I mean, he was hurt big time in them first few rounds. And he recovered and stayed calm.
Well, both fighters, 13 fights into their professional careers. So from that point of view, they're fairly well balanced, both 27 years old. The tale of the tape is it's a good, evenly matched 50-50 fight, isn't it?
Yeah, very evenly matched on paper.
Out, round 5.
But I think in those moments where Steward did find himself in trouble, he showed good composure.
That's what Steward needs to do a bit more feinting, cause a reaction from Hawley, and then he can go. That's it. Yeah, lovely.
Good shot there from Steward. Right uppercut straight up the middle of the guard of Hawley.
So he feinted that jab, followed through with the right hand. Hawley found the right hand, he threw the right uppercut. This is much better from Ellis Steward.
Good left hook from Hawley.
Lovely jab from Hawley. Much better. Hawley's just keeping that range from him. He's staying out of range. Making him step in and counter him at will.
Hawley, hands low, must be feeling confident. Stabs a jab through the middle. There goes that left hook again.
Ellis needs to go back to the feinting here. This is lovely from Hawley. Lovely boxing. Looking very comfortable in this round now.
I think one of the challenging things for Steward is he's not able to keep Hawley in the same place for long enough to be successful with his attack, is he? He can land a good one or a good two. And then Hawley's out of there.
I think Steward really needs to force the work here now. He needs to start taking a bit more risk. He knows he can hurt Hawley. But this is beautiful boxing from Hawley. Beautiful jab. Lovely movement.
Hawley looking more and more comfortable as the seconds go by.
Very much. Steward needs to make him work because this is just comfortable for Hawley. He could do this all night if he wanted to. He needs to push the work. That's better.
That was much better. Nice clean left hook there.
Oh, lovely.
From Steward.
But he needs to follow up on that. He's stopping. Very wary of coming on the inside of Hawley.
Well, not as cagey as the previous round, but they're still a little bit hesitant.
Yeah.
Hawley was kind of...
He was very comfortable around Hawley.
He was comfortable, wasn't he?
He was the battle of the jabs that round, and I think, yeah, that was an easy round for Hawley. He needs to push the pace now, Ellis. If he wants to win this fight, he needs to make Hawley work. He can't do the same thing there. I think he's very wary of coming into Hawley on the inside because of the power, but yeah, if he wants to win this fight, he needs to push the work and start taking more risks, because Hawley could just do that all night.
Yeah, he's going to have to bring the fight to him.
Yeah.
And do you think cutting the ring off a little bit more is going to help?
He needs to cut the ring. He needs to throw a bit more feinting, cutting the ring up, and then taking the risk.
10 seconds.
Otherwise, listen, that round, Hawley is not wasting no energy there. He could do that every round. He needs to make Hawley work.
Round 6.
It'd be interesting to see if Hawley pushes the pace now.
Well, this round beginning, and we're starting to see a bit of a theme here for this contest. We had a bit of fireworks in the first couple of rounds, but at the moment, Hawley's kind of having it his own way.
Very comfortable. Oh, lovely shot.
Nice stab to the body there from Steward. Plenty more of that needs to come.
I think all he needs to start throwing that jab to the body again.
Well, that was what was working, wasn't it? It was that jab to the body and a right hand over the top.
Yeah. We need to see something a bit more different now for Ellis Steward. It seems like he's stuck with the same game plan for the last 5 rounds. He needs to push the pace if he wants to win this fight. Because at the minute, it looks like Hawley's trailing this. Lovely from Hawley.
Good overhand right there from Hawley.
Good range as well. Nice and sharp still.
And do you know what's actually quite surprising is looking at the record of Hawley, 13-0, only one of those won by stoppage. You know, like hearing the thuds and watching some of those punches go in, you'd expect a few more, wouldn't you?
Yeah, no, he's very strong, lovely left uppercut there. He's a very strong boy. I mean, I've heard about his sparring sessions, but you see his fights. He always has his opponents hurting there. I think he just coming with the experience about finishing them off, and you see that in the early rounds. He was a bit too wild and not a bit. He needed a bit more patience and picking his shots more correctly. But that will come with experience. Lovely route.
Good right hand there from Steward.
He needs to jump on him. He needs to jump on him. It seems like he's catching him with one shot and still and going back on the defensive. I think
there's plenty more of the same, wasn't it?
It's pretty much more the same. Ellis Steward really needs to push the pace if he wants to win this fight now and start making Hawley work. Because Hawley's wasting no energy doing this. He could do this all day. You see him in the corner there, he's barely breathing, do you know what I mean? So Ellis Steward needs to start pushing the pace if he wants to win this fight. It's all up to Ellis about how much he wants to win this fight. He really needs to start pushing it and start changing the game plan. Because when he is catching Hawley with some good shots, he just stays back. It's not like he's jumping on him and he's a bit wary of coming on the front foot.
I wonder what his dad, Terry Steward, is saying to him in the corner, whether almost definitely that'll be the same sort of thing which you're saying. Got to bring the fight to him.
Second. Seconds out to round 7.
He needs to work here, Steward. He's got him cornered, but he needs to work.
He's come out a little bit more, with a tiny bit more urgency, actually.
A bit more on the front foot.
Not too much, though, but it's definitely better than what he was in the previous round.
Much better, but Hawley's still comfortable. He don't need to move much, because nothing's coming at him.
Do you think he needs to turn it ugly? Just rough him up?
I think he needs that old Brad Paul speech at the minute. So comfortable, Hawley, at the minute.
That's better.
A lovely movement from Hawley, lovely.
Hawley snaps the head back as Steward with the jab. Just
he needs to move in the corner there. That's where he needs to put the pressure on Hawley. Just allowing him to jab and move out that corner. You need to make it uncomfortable there for him. You need to make him work. But he's so comfortable in that corner, James, he doesn't mind being there. Because nothing's coming there.
Well, I've got a feeling we're going to have all 10 rounds like this now.
I hope not.
Unless
Lovely
something
shot.
big lands. Because Hawley is 90% having it all his own way.
At the minute, he's coasting to an easy win. We need to see something different from Ellis. And maybe he turns it up the last couple rounds. Like there, when he has him on the ropes, you need to start throwing some feints. Get Hawley throwing back. Hawley's a counter puncher, so you need to start throwing him feints, a bit more upper body movement. Make him throw, cause a reaction, then pounce on him. But Ellis seems to just be walking and taking jabs, like that. But
Bit more action there.
The problem is he's walking down and Hawley ain't even using much energy. He's just jabbing his head off. He needs to make him work. I hope we see something in his last 3 rounds. Another Hawley ram.
Yeah, another very comfortable round there for James Hitman Hawley. At a moment, the way things are going, he will be moving to 14-0. And as I said at the start of this fight, he has said that he wants big, meaningful fights next. He'd love the winner of Callum Simpson, Troy Williamson, and he's got his eyes on lots of super middleweights in and around that kind of level.
I mean, yeah, I think you'd be looking, the winner of this fight would be looking at the Williamson and Simpson fight. They'd probably be moving on. The winner would be moving on to world honours, and with Hawley holding the silver Commonwealth, he'd be looking at the next in line for that.
But he must stay alert.
Seconds out, round
You can't switch
8.
off with Steward, he's still dangerous. But at the minute, this is better from Steward.
A jab straight through the middle of Steward's guard over and over again from Hawley. That's the 4th time in about 15 seconds. Body shot with the right hand. Steward comes back with a jab of his own. Right hand from Steward, missed ever so slightly. And earlier on, I think we would have seen Hawley make the most of that opportunity. He didn't then. And I think that's because he feels comfortable and is quite happy to win the fight in this way. Hawley speaking to him in there. Don't know what he's saying, but I can see him talking to him.
His confidence is growing, Hawley. The more this carries on. But he's very hesitant. That's better. That's what we need more. He needs to close that distance, Ellis.
Nice work there from Hawley.
Much better.
The jab comes back from Ellis. Need more of that. That's more like it for the man from Essex. The corner of Steward screaming for Ellis to move him forward. I think they want to see him on the front foot,
That's what we
trying
need.
to back him up against the ropes.
He is on the front foot, but there's no output. Very hesitant.
Well, definitely another Hawley round, and he's having
very frustrated,
too much
Ellis.
of a good time in there now, really, isn't he?
Very much. He's not breaking a sweat in there. His final 2 rounds, Ellis he needs a stoppage. There's no other way about him winning. He needs to put it on Hawley.
Oh, he definitely needs a stoppage to win at this point. Definitely.
And like I said, I hope we get this little Brad Paul speech now and see if he can push the pace. I mean, he's on the front foot, but he's just throwing nothing. He's just walking into Hawley's jab every time. And then when he is landing one shot, he's sort of going back on the back foot. So it's quite a strange performance. But these last 2 rounds, we're going to see how much Ellis Steward really wants to win this fight.
Corners 10 seconds. Seconds out, round 9.
Well, here we go then, the penultimate round. We really need to see Ellis Steward put in a shift these 2 rounds and properly commit, but James Hawley over the last few rounds has had it pretty much his entire way for the entire round. And at the end of that one, he looked unbelievably comfortable. And he's kicking this round off in exactly the same way, just peppering Steward.
Just so comfortable
with the jab.
So comfortable.
And we know that Steward's got it in him because he had it just above our commentary position in round 3 or 4, where he's really letting his hands go. And for the shot which properly registered, there you go. There's a right hand there from Steward.
Much better. A
Walked
lovely
straight
jab.
into a jab. The jab has been brilliant from Hawley tonight. Absolutely brilliant.
It's been such a composed, mature performance from him. So comfortable in there.
This is better from Steward. But Hawley breaks away, but walks straight into a taste of his own medicine there. Walks 2 big stiff jabs he got hit with there. Hawley.
Lovely jab.
Oh, good exchange of the jabs there.
I mean, it's just been the key this whole fight, his jab. So relaxing there compared to the Frankie Davey fight as well, James. Very impressed today.
It's like watching a different fighter almost.
Yeah, so relaxed.
Nice right hook to the body there from Hawley.
Lovely, good boxing.
Finally got a bit of urgency about him. We needed this a few rounds ago.
This is where Steward needs to work. You can't allow Hawley to work.
That's it. This is much more like it from Steward.
That's better. But look, he needs to back him on them ropes. It's all good being on the front foot, but if nothing's coming to Hawley, he could just walk around the ring all he wants and just stick on that jab. Lovely movement from James. Lovely, brilliant.
And James Hawley enjoying himself.
And like you said, I think he looks at a complete different fight this fight.
Last few seconds. And Hawley looking like a completely different fighter, but looking like a happy and dangerous fighter as well. Sometimes when you watch fighters, there's a fight or there's a moment where you realise that they're ready for the next level now, and I think we've seen that tonight with Hawley.
100%, 100%. How much he's come on from his previous fight is quite remarkable. He's so calm in there. And to be that calm at this level just shows you how much he's getting better with each fight. But it's the old saying of do and die now for Ellis Steward. He needs a stoppage. He needs to give everything this round. He needs to throw the old saying of frying the kitchen. He needs to throw that whole kitchen sink at him. So do or die for Ellis Steward.
He needs to empty the tank.
Seconds out.
The Steward.
Then final round.
Just really let his hands go.
It's been an absolute clinic from James Hawley.
And Hawley just needs to keep doing what he was doing in the previous rounds. Pick his man off with his jab. Just like that.
Yep, all he has to do. Boxing 101.
Definitely a bit of urgency around Steward, but oh, there you go. There's a right hook, follows it up with a jab.
But he needs to follow up on it, Steward. Look, there's nothing coming back. It's sort of been the tale of the old fight. He'll land one shot and just sort of retreat. This is where he needs to work. This is where he needs to work. And there's a cut on James Hawley.
Yeah, there is a cut over the eye.
I wonder if that come from the right hook.
And actually, if you're going to get a cut in the final round, it's probably the best time to get it.
Now this is G'd up. This is G'd up, Ellis Steward. I should be interested to see how Hawley's going to react to this. So how much is that going to affect the vision in that left eye? He needs to push the pressure though, Steward. Second half of the round.
90 seconds if he's going to get a stoppage. Otherwise, James Hawley will absolutely have his hand raised in victory.
100%.
And we'll move to 14-0.
Still looks so relaxed, James. He needs to be working. He needs to be working.
And the Steward corner really trying to get him going, trying to push him on.
It's like he gets him as soon as Hawley's back hits them ropes. He throws that jab, lands that jab, moves out of distance. He needs to pounce on him now, Steward. He can't wait. He can't wait. This is good work from him. Good work from Hawley.
Brilliant right hand there from Hawley. And this has been much better work from Steward in this round, but it's just too little too late, so it seems there is time as blood trickles down.
I think Hawley just so comfortable in it now.
This is better from Steward. There is still
Last
time,
fight,
35 seconds.
That's it, and then he needs
Could
to go
he really
again.
turn it
he
around?
Can't wait, he needs to work.
There is no time to have a moment off. And there's a big right hand over the top again from Steward as we approach the 20-second mark.
Lovely
it's
shot.
Now or never
Here we
for
go.
Ellis Steward, and Hawley knows he's just got
seconds.
to keep himself on the back foot, keep popping that jab out. As we go into the last 10 seconds of this 10-round fight. Steward gets caught there, big right hand from Hawley. What an end to this contest.
Done his dirt, lovely.
And a good fight.
Brilliant
the pair
performance
of them.
from James Hawley there. And it's just too little too late for Ellis Steward. That's something he should have done in the
three or four rounds
earlier.
Different ball game then. It would have been interesting to see how James Hawley could have dealt with that for 3 or 4 rounds.
I think James Hawley just proved tonight that he's past this sort of level now, and he's onto the... He'll be looking at the top domestic fights now. He just showed he's a level above this level. Got to give James Hawley his praises there. He looked like a complete different fighter from that Frankie David fight.
He certainly did. Well, Mark Burtis has got the score.
Ladies and gentlemen, your referee scores the contest 90 7 points to 92. The winner and still the Commonwealth Silver Super Middleweight Champion from Bromley, Kent, James Hitman Hawley. And please a round of applause for the brave, gallant and talented Ellis Steward. The belt will now be presented by Debbie Downs. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
James Hitman Hawley, what a performance. You look like a completely different fighter to that Frankie Davey fight. Calm, composed, excellent. How do you assess it?
Do you know what? You see me after my last fight. I burst out in tears. I got upset. I should never have been in here last time out. If you see what I was facing outside the ring, for me to get in here was incredible. And I just want to shout out to everybody else out there that's struggling. Listen, times can be hard, life's hard, but you keep rolling, you keep pushing, and you get to where you need to be with the right people around you, and that's exactly what I got with my team. So thank you to them. Thank you to all my sponsors, Boxers in Need, Residents, ACB, Simon with Reclaim My Money, Ollie. These people are great, and without these people, I wouldn't be in here today. God knows what I'll be doing.
Well said, that man. And a word on your opponent, a seriously tough guy.
Do you know what? A lot of people underestimated Ellis. I was getting messages saying, easy work, you're going to stop him, this, that and the other. I knew Ellis was no easy operator. He's a great fighter, and I'm telling you now, that's the best I've ever been, the best camp I've ever had. No excuses. What a fighter. He is a great fighter. For him to get up from that knockdown shows big heart. And listen, I really hope he goes again, because I'm telling you, this kid can be a champion. He's a very good fighter.
Last question, you said to me earlier on in the week that you'd love to fight those Troy Williams, those Callum Simpsons, those types of fighters. Are they what next?
Listen, I'm done with the small boxing. If you put me on another small boxing show, I'm retired from boxing, and that is me finished, down and out. I want a big platform, I want a big fight. Troy Williamson, I know he's got his thing with Callum Simpson, both great fighters. I know Felix Cash has moved up to my weight. Listen, I want a big name. I don't want any prospects coming through 7-0 talking shit to me on Instagram. I want a proper fight. I want to test myself and see how good I am.
Well, congratulations. May those big nights come. Let's have a word with your opponent, Ellis. Well done. Very good opponent in there with you tonight. You had your moments. It just wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, 100%. Listen, my first 10-rounder, no excuses. I was in with an unreal James Hawley. The best James Hawley I could have had, which I was expecting anyway, of course. But unfortunately tonight weren't enough. I'll be back. I ain't fussed about it. I feel like I gave good accountability of myself, and yeah, I'm ready to go again whenever. But big respect to James Hawley. Hope he goes on to do bigger and better things.
Congratulations to both of you. You put on a great fight. Thank you very much and enjoy your evening. Well done, guys.
I just want to say, listen, there was no bullshit in the lead up. I respected him from the off. I wish him a very successful rest of his career. I hope he goes home to his family, has a lovely time, and all the best. Great fight.
Well said, that man. Thank you, everyone.